Hey, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. This is the first part of the Analyzing Complex Systems, Analyzing Complex Coordination in Social Systems workshop in the Methods in Social Change and Inertia series. We thank the British Academy for funding this series and the support from the University of Greenwich ILD, Center for Inequalities. Today's speaker is Dr. Agnieszka Rychwalska, Assistant Professor at the Institute for Social Studies, University of Warsaw. Her research on social systems and self-organization is inspired by work in cognitive neuroscience, and especially on the impact of functional connectivity on conscious perception. Currently, with the use of complex systems methods such as complex network analysis or agent-based modeling, she is investigating online community self-organization and governance. Thank you so much, Agnieszka, for volunteering your time and coming all the way here to show us what you do. These are not normal times and we can't let them feel as if they were. So before we begin, as usual for every event in this series, we'll take a moment's silence in solidarity with all the peoples continuing to suffer genocide and ecocide across the globe. Thank you. So today, Agnieszka will present us some conceptual foundations of complex systems and the functional connectivity analysis method. And tomorrow we'll see and work with some practical examples. Online attendees, you can type your questions in the Q&A or the chat throughout the session. I'll also call on people if they raise hands to ask questions on screen during the Q&A period or any other time. Online, we have automated captioning in multiple languages if you're more comfortable in a language other than English. Simply turn on captions and change the language setting on the top right of the captions bar to your preferred language if it's available. The session will be recorded and uploaded to YouTube and our archives. I'll provide the links at the end. The floor is yours, Agnieszka. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. Welcome, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here to talk to you about my work in this series. As Howard said, I'm a researcher at the University of Warsaw at the Institute for Social Studies, and I'm basically by training a psychologist. I started my research career doing cognitive neuroscience, but from a slightly different perspective, using the complex systems paradigm. But then somehow during my career, I have realized that a lot of those methods that we use for very kind of biological systems and physical systems can be easily applied also to social systems. And that's why I'm here trying to show you those connections. My talk will not be very kind of analytical. I would rather this is a workshop. I would love for you to be engaged. And I think my goal here is to kind of give you some food for thought rather than very concrete answers. So before I begin, I would like to also mention all the people who have kind of contributed to this work throughout the years, because this is a kind of a long-standing project and a kind of a very broad research area as well. We have at Institute for Social Studies, we have this interdisciplinary team in the Center for Complex Systems and New Technologies, which comprises biologists, psychologists, sociologists, political scientists, but also physicists and computer engineers and software engineers. Again, I'm a social scientist. My kind of methodological background is more in the psychological studies, but some of those people, specifically Shimon, is a person who has contributed a lot to these quantitative methods that I will be talking a little bit today and a lot more tomorrow morning. So a short agenda. The first part will be the conceptualization of the kind of problem space. And I kind of assume that you do not have much background, although I'm sure that some of you probably have some background in complex systems. I will give you a short recap of those concepts that are useful for my research. And then we'll kind of go through the different levels at which we can analyze function that arises through coordination in complex systems. So as I said, my beginning was in cognitive neuroscience. I was actually doing studies in wet lab studies using animal models, analyzing functional connectivity in the neural tissue in the brain, specifically. Then later also with human subjects. So that's kind of my background where I learned the methods. And then I moved sort of upwards in the social system levels, right? So we have the brain, so this kind of a very, very, very complex systems, as we all know. But then we can also talk about the mind, which is kind of more difficult to measure and to analyze, but it is also a complex system. And many psychological studies, and actually various areas of psychology and sociology, to analyze individual and what happens within their brain, within their mind. So specifically, the self, as a very general concept in psychology, is something that can also be analyzed as a complex system. And specifically, in my recent research interest lies in identity, both in kind of the social scientific sense, like what is your identity, social identity, how is your self composed of different identities. But I also kind of try to bridge this with the engineering perspective, specifically with digital identification. I have been working with many software engineers about like techno-social system and self-organization. And what I've noticed that when they think identity, or when they say identity, they think of, you know, your ID basically, or any kind of unique identifier for administrative purposes. Like for social scientists, that's like a complete mismatch, right? So I was trying to kind of bridge, like think about digital identities, the way we construct our social identity online through the social scientist perspective, and bridge those two concepts. And one of the ways to think about this is actually apply complex system theory to the concepts and the theories of identity. So that will be the second topic for today. And the third one, which is kind of more qualitative studies and conceptual studies, is thinking about the kind of group and larger social system level. So brain, mind, and then groups and societies. I have been studying online social systems, some smaller ones like interaction via different media, like meetings and so on. But also a lot of focus. I have done a lot of research on Wikipedia. So this kind of huge self-organizing social system online. And here as well, I have been applying a lot of complex system measures to be able to capture how and why they actually are able to function so well. I mean, even though we all know that Wikipedia is not perfect, it's one of the few success stories of online self-organization that is actually lasting. It's sustainable simply. So yeah, we'll be looking into that and trying to conceptualize what is actually crucial for such a system to be able to produce something or to act together as a unit. And tomorrow, we'll be talking a little bit about measuring complex coordination using both network analysis and also information theory measures. And then I will also come back to Wikipedia because we have applied some of those measures to actually check how Wikipedians produce articles of high quality. So how this collective action can actually be so successful that we have really high quality knowledge resources online. Okay, so a short recap on complex systems. Anyway, if you want to ask questions, or if you want to discuss something, please just raise your hand and you can stop and talk a little bit more about those concepts. So again, as a social scientist, when I was introduced to complex systems, I met a lot of physicists who were fascinated with, in fact, very simple systems, right? Simple at the level of the element, of a composing node in the system that still was able to produce, let's say, seemingly at least, complex behavior, right? So this is the kind of very commonly cited adage that complexity is the flip side of simplicity. So we can actually have systems composed of many elements that interact with each other, but each element can be like really, really simple and can follow very, very simple rules. And still at the level of the system, you can see, awe-inspiring, spatiotemporal patterns of behavior, some really interesting dynamics. And this is all nice, really, but the thing is that, and this is kind of the selling point of complex systems, right? We can have complexity from simple behaviors. But the fact is that many complex systems are not only complex, they're also complicated, right? And actually, those are the ones that should be like, putting us into this awe state, right? Oh, this is possible. And specifically, I think for a long time, the physical systems were actually mostly studied within complex system science because they were simple, right? Tackling the more complicated complex systems was simply difficult. With the advent of digital technologies and the availability of easy measurement and a lot of data on human behavior, and human, I mean both individual behavior within a system and within an online platform, for example, and also data on like group behavior. Suddenly, the complex system society has moved towards studying human subject populations and treating more seriously those systems. But I feel that still there's a lot of kind of misunderstanding there and a lot of kind of ideas to simplify them, right? In order to be able to study them, to understand them, we tend to simplify. And of course, at some level, this is simply necessary. We cannot tackle too many degrees of freedom. But we have to, I think that it's important to actually appreciate that the systems we call social systems are actually very complex and very complicated. And where does this complexity stem from, really? Right? In physical systems, especially in those very simple agent-based models, we like to have elements that are similar to each other as possible, preferably identical. Right? This is not true for humans, right? That's just doesn't happen. So we have intrinsic heterogeneity in human social systems. We also the trajectories that a single element in terms of their behavior states displays are very complex, right? They can display a lot of different states, and therefore this heterogeneity is not only in like those static traits, but also in the possible behaviors. In terms of structure, right? We, of course, even in agent-based modeling, we have actually moved from those cellular automata that have very simple neighborhoods and connection structures, which are simply a lattice or a regular network. We have moved towards more complex connection structures. But for example, multi-level systems are still very rarely analyzed within this paradigm, right? And like a single layer network is still a simplification, right? We as humans tend to form units that, I mean, sometimes are correctly organized into bigger units and then bigger units and so on. But sometimes this organization at the meso level is not kind of hierarchical. It can be overlapping. It can be any kind of complex structures within it. And it's difficult to even apply the standard network tools to analyze such connection structures. So that's, again, an element that increases the complications and complexity. Now, the interactions between elements, this is the kind of the engine of the system. Like, how do elements interact with each other? How they influence each other's behavior? If elements would not interact, right? That's not a system, right? The elements need to interact with each other to actually form a system from a kind of set of elements. So that's a simple assumption. But within the complexity science, like those interactions are usually quite simple. Again, easier to analyze. And they usually, again, are very homogeneous, right? Like all elements have the same rules. This is not true for social systems, right? We can see that people with different status, different positions, even formal positions, but also informal ones, would have different ways to influence or impact the behavior of other people. So also the function that describes the way one element or one individual affects another individual are rarely kind of linear. We can have, like, if I want to change somebody's opinion or attitude, I can bombard them with arguments. But in fact, it has been shown in psychology that attitude change is absolutely nonlinear. Once you have an attitude, I mean, it is linear when you are, it's the first time you're actually building an attitude towards an object. But once you have an attitude, there's a kind of a hyperbolic function. Like for a very long time, you can be bombarded by arguments and you won't change your mind, right? But there's a threshold point at which you switch. And this is something that is usually not implemented in your standard modeling systems. So that's like the construction of the complex systems in one position in time. But we also know from the dynamical systems theory but basically, there are systems that change their principles, right? We call this non-stationarity, which means that the rules that govern how the system works, so for example, the interaction mechanisms, they can change over time. We think about it on a kind of longer scale. So not, I mean, if we think about societies, it's probably not like your daily, change in activities, but rather those monthly or yearly changes in activities. But this happens. Like we know that many dynamical systems are not stationary, which means that how do you even study that if the principles change over time? And especially if you want to study social change, right? Which change do you actually want to study? The change of the behavior of the element, the change of the state of the whole system, or maybe the change in the rules that govern how the system works, right? So these are different scales at which you need to take into account, right? Especially in turbulent times, right? It is those times when the actual change of the principles of the system happen, you can have very many confounding variables in your analysis when you want to actually find any causality in the system. So this is like why complex systems and why they're important and why we should be thinking maybe about those complications rather than simply complexity. What is important to, actually we have talked a little bit about it already, that when we think about diagnosing something as a complex system, right? First, before we kind of study how complexity arises, we want to see something and analyze whether it's complex or not. There's like the first kind of bird's eye view can be sometimes misleading, right? We can have, again, seemingly complex behaviors that are kind of, for example, fully deterministic and quite easily understood. And this, like, by sheer observation, it's very hard to actually assess whether we have those complications inside or not. We need to actually dig deeper into the system to be able to assess it. And again, coming back to the change, like how do we define it? Those different levels of analysis are very important. And as an example, we have, people in my research group have been actually using the simple metaphor of a complex system to help people understand that the change can happen at different levels. And that was specifically within the area of conflict or intractable conflict, where you can imagine the state of the system, like people, two groups, fighting each other as certain rules of interaction between elements, and you can try to kind of push the system from one phase to another, right? But the problem is that if there's an unstable kind of hole where you want to put the system in, it is very likely that with a small external stimuli, it will just go back to where it was. So, for example, you have an intractable conflict between two groups, and you, I don't know, even give them money to, let's stop arguing for each other. For every minute you sit at the table and talk, I give you $1, right? And like, let's spend some time talking. And this might work for a short time. Like the moment they leave the room, probably it will be all gone, right? 5 minutes later or 10 minutes later or a day later. Because the actual construction of the system is that it will come back to where it wants to be. But what is interesting, if you ask people, okay, what makes people come back to this state, they give you reasons at those deeper, level. Like they know that there is like for that fight that has been going on for a couple of years between different interest groups, and they can identify the interest. And then you can ask them what would change this state, right? So what would change the depth of an attractor within a system? And they are actually able to produce concrete ideas how to do it. So that's actually coming from within the system. And within the workshop with practitioners, just using a simple metaphor of a ball moving through attractors and digging a hole within the attractor landscape, people were actually able to identify ways in which to change properties of the whole system to make it move from a kind of undesirable dynamics to a more desirable one. So that's the kind of a power of thinking of different levels of dynamics that complex systems can display. And since we already know what a complex system is and that it can be complicated, there are different levels of description of the system and of its dynamics, it's important to understand why even complex systems exist, and not like why somebody planned them to exist, because that's not a proper approach. It's like what conditions did promote systems or elements to organize within systems. All right. And the actual, if you think about social systems, that's maybe for social scientists is a clear thing. We have been studying groups on organizations for a very long time. So it's actually pretty easy to give those examples how we want to communicate to improve our own performance, right? If we think from the evolutionary perspective, of course, groups can achieve more than a single individual. And many times there are tasks that even individuals contributing those little things cannot actually tackle. But I mean, imagine building a highway, right? I mean, if I paid somebody to build 1 centimeter of a highway or like 1 meter of a highway, and other people did the same, it still will not be a highway because somebody needs to actually plan it in a sensible way, right? So even adding those simple activities of individuals sometimes will not be enough to complete a task. We need to coordinate, to be able to actually complete a larger task. So in principle, if you think about it, complex systems and systems in general form to perform functions. And this is the important part. We have systems that actually are made for something or did evolve to achieve something. And this goes not only for like the social system, but of course at every other level or a complex system, we can think about a function that the system performs. And this is like the second introductory part here, thinking about how actually function arises in those complex systems. Of course, since we know they have elements, they have connections, they have interaction mechanism, we can actually think about how the function arises. It is through the way in which elements impact each other's behavior. And the thing is that, again, in many physical systems, those patterns in which elements are interdependent, and you can observe their interdependence through the dynamics of the whole system, are very simple. Again, simple to analyze, simple to observe, even if we don't know that they are arising from element coordination. So the most commonly used concept here is synchrony, right? We can think like elements coordinate when they synchronize, right? Like when they do some things at the same time. And this, of course, is very applicable to for example, neural tissue, right? The neural networks, which have activities so that we can track in time and we can show how they synchronize. And we can, of course, synchronization is not a single concept. We can think not only about synchronizing in phase, so doing everything at the same moments of time. We can think about anti-phase. We can think about lags in those synchronization. We can think about harmonic synchronization, so differences in frequency, but matching at certain points in time. And of course, we can think about different frequency bands in which the elements can synchronize. But that's, again, I mean, even if we think about the brain as a very, very complex system and also a complicated one, as we will probably see later, it is still like it does not kind of exhaust the possibilities of different coordination patterns, right? Synchronization is just one way to coordinate. In fact, the most complex coordination patterns are where elements do totally different things, but in a certain sequence that leads to an outcome, right? And we can think about practically any group activity of a human social system. It usually does not include synchrony in that way, right? Imagine talking to somebody and everybody talks at the same time. That doesn't make any sense, right? Even a simple pattern of like a circle in which a person speaks at their allotted time. That's a very simple coordination pattern, but that doesn't actually explain how the communication happens, because usually the order of the sequence is also the order in which we build our semantic space, our understanding of the issue we're talking about. So it's not only just the person plan what they will be talking about. After hearing somebody speak, they can alter their message. So this is time-dependent coordination. And even this simple pattern is not simple, synchronization with lag or something like that. This is a coordination pattern. And if you think about any other activity, like imagine building a house, right? It has a specific set of skills that elements need to have, or resources that elements need to have, and certain things need to happen in a certain order, right? This is a complex coordination pattern, but it can be repeated. Right? The same group of people or a similar group of people can perform the same sequence of activities in a different place and time and arrive at a similar outcome. Right, so this is what I'm talking about when I think about complex coordination pattern. And the funny thing is, when we observe this kind of behavior, we don't think it's like marvelous or something, right? When we think about marvelous, complex spatial temporal patterns, we think about the game of life, right? And I have this example. I'm not sure if you're aware, familiar with it. Probably yes, but just in case, where's my? Yeah, there's a simple model of a game of life where you can set up, cells that interact with each other. Each cell, each element in the systems, A, is actually on a regular lattice, so very simple connection structure, and follows very simple rules, right? The rules are describing this is called game of life because it describes how those elements can survive over time. And they survive simply by having a preference for the number of living organisms in their neighborhoods. So if they have 2 or 3, they will survive. If they have less or more, they will die. Whatever the kind of rationale behind it is a very simple model. But also, of course, a new organism can be born if it has exactly 3 neighbors that are alive around an empty cell. And if you run this simulation, and of course, there's an overreaching question of will it survive the population or will it die off? But there's also these marvelous patterns that appear there, which seem to be very purposeful, right? Like those elements move through the space, right? They have names, right? They actually, this model has been thoroughly analyzed, like many cerebral automata, again, because it is actually possible to analyze, especially the one that has only one row of cells and they change in time. So this kind of very simple, using 8-bit system with cells on and off, and you can actually Wolfram has wrote a whole book, this thick book that is called New Kind of Science, and he describes every possible combination that can happen when you apply those rules to a single row of cells. And that's fascinating because, somehow it's kind of tempting to do this kind of research because you can fully understand this phenomenon. So it's nice, right? We will never have this for the human brain. I don't think, at least in our times, but probably maybe even never. Here are some examples. On Wikipedia, of different complex patterns, oscillators that change, those spaceships that travel through space, and so on. And this is the moment when you think, wow, simple rules, complex behavior. But in fact, this is so much less awe-inspiring than anything we do every day on an everyday basis. So I have also some more, let's say, more complicated systems. And mostly we think here about biological systems, animals. That was an artificial simulation of let's say, a biological system. Here we have kind of a more real biological system. Let me see, for this maybe sound is not so important. But these are starlings, and they form flocks. So for this system, again, we can marvel at this and think, okay, there should be something that leads this kind of behavior, that plans it strategically. But of course, actually, agent-based modeling has enabled us to understand that, no special conductor is necessary for this to happen. There are actually very simple rules that each element can follow to actually form this kind of flying patterns. And that's again a kind of a funny thing, because each element in the system is actually far more complex than a cell in a Conway's game of life, because it has a lot of functions that can perform. A bird is quite a complex animal, right? But still, in this kind of group behavior or this collective action they perform, they actually simplify their behavior to very simple rules, right? I mean, basically, it's just flying to the center, but not crashing into each other, and trying to maintain the same speed as its neighbors. And that's it, basically. And they can form this kind of patterns. And of course, it also applies to other flocking animals like schools of fish and so on. And again, we marvel at this. This is beautiful. We go out and see it, and it's like great. And I have even actually more complicated and complex behaviors in animals. And this one is actually the one that probably fascinates me the most. Unfortunately, this movie, actually, Nature: The Gathering Swarm, is not longer available anyway. It's just a small snippet that I found on the YouTube. It is still available. I don't know for how long, but I actually love this one example.
Must also become part of their chicks are born in the depths of the Antarctic winter. Protection from the cold is their parents' brood pouch, but as winter storms set in, this isn't enough. As temperatures reach 40 below, even the adult's only chance of survival is to huddle together. They structure waddle with a single purpose. All converge on the same central point until a huddle begins to form. Each penguin must find a place to tuck in. But by speeding up the action, it's clear that something more important is going on. Soon, the huddle numbers thousands, and still more keep coming. While those on the outside take the brunt of the storm, those on the inside take tiny steps that move the huddle in waves. These impact anchors continue to shift and rotate from the center. By keeping constantly on the move, no penguin is left permanently out in the cold. In fact, everyone gets a turn in the warm center. The huddle is so efficient, penguins in the inner core often overheat. Then the colony breaks down. The coldest penguins that were on the outside form a new huddle. As others join, the cold penguins become warm and snug once more. Step by step, huddle after huddle, the penguins weather the storm.
Okay, so this is a very interesting example. Again, very complex organism, kind of simplifying the behavior, again, to perform certain functions. We'll come back to this in a second. But one last example of an even more complicated behavior.
Social insect is on the move. 20 million army ants have collectively made a decision to find a new home. They take their eggs and pupae with them, their entire worldly possessions. Soldier ants guard the pathways as the workers carry the load. A twig blocking the path is like a tree blocking a main road. Those first at the scene fall for backup by releasing a pheromone. Soldiers arrive and get to work. They can lift 50 times their own body weight. This is a supreme organization. They all manage to lift and push at the same time. Obstruction removed, the traffic soon starts flowing again. In defense of the trail, the ants take no prisoners. A soil millipede is quickly dispatched, but with their sensitive antennae, the soldiers have detected that it's poisonous. Nearby ants get the message and immediately gather lumps of earth and begin to bury the problem. Safer continue. But more dangers lie ahead. A praying mantis plots an ant from the ranks, but the stricken ants send out a message, and soon reinforcements arrive. The mantis is a deadly predator. The ants know exactly what they're dealing with. One soldier grabs the mantis's jaw to immobilize it, as the rest pile on. Its fate is sealed by a clinical decapitation. All trails lead to the new nest. It's made entirely from the bodies of the ants. Linked leg by leg, they form a living structure. But they aren't just physically joined together. They think together, too.
Okay, I think that's enough. And I think you can appreciate from these examples that we have actually seen progressive complication in the complex systems, right? Even though like the elements of the systems might have been of different complexity themselves, right? I mean, probably birds, penguins are more complex than an ant, right? In terms of like the organism and its functions. But within the systems, those birds were actually performing extremely simple behaviors, and each bird was actually following the very same rules. With the penguins, it was almost the same, but as you could see, the coordination patterns were actually dependent on the context of the elements. So if penguins were huddling and stepping around to kind of move in a spiral, if those in the center overheated, the whole thing would collapse in a way and reform in a different place with different penguins in the center. So a little bit more complex rules as to what we do within a certain context, both in terms of the surrounding environment, but also our fellow neighbors with whom we are connected through this, in this way, proximity simply. Then we had ants, which are probably the simplest organism here, but they actually, and I mean, the example showed how they can have the varied behavior and varied mechanisms. Actually, the elements themselves were heterogeneous, right? Because we had those worker ants and also the warrior ants, the soldier ants, who had different body sizes, different capabilities, of course, related to that, but also different behaviors, right? The soldier ants were guarding the way, they were removing obstacles, they were killing predators, and so on, while the workers were just carrying objects. So this was a different pattern of kind of coordination, where we could see that when there's different elements, we can also have more complex functions. So I hope this kind of shows you that coordination, in fact, produces function, right? The function arises from the fact that elements are coordinating their behavior, and the more varied the behavior, the more varied the elements, the more complex functions can be performed. In some ways, in the simplest forms, right, this was just preserving energy, so temperature. It was actually safety in a way, like schools and flocks form to protect certain organisms, right? Usually it's the weakest ones or that are in the center, and they are protected from predators, for example, by the rest of the flock or the swarm or the school. But we can also, like in these more complex forms of coordination, we could see that we are able to divide different tasks by the available resources and capabilities within the system. What the elements actually possess and what they can do can enable us to perform more complex functions. And this is, of course, specifically applicable to human social systems where our resources, skills, and competences are very heterogeneous, and we can coordinate in plenty different ways to perform different complex functions. So the question, of course, remains, okay, coordination is good. It enables a system to actually do something, right? To proverbially become, more than the sum of the parts, right? But is it always good? Right? Does coordination always means like, okay, we have successfully performed something? Well, of course not. And it is important to notice a certain pattern here. We do have certain examples that are definitely dysfunctional. Epileptic seizures are actually perfect coordination in the brain. I mean, perfect, okay, to a certain degree, right? Because it can be regional, it can be full-blown grand mal seizure, but pretty much that's perfect synchrony. That's coordination, and it's very dysfunctional. We can see this in crowd behaviors. For example, if there's a fire in the building and people try to, at the same time, do the same thing, run away, escape. We can see that, for example, routes are blocked. And it has been shown in experimental studies that if you just put a kind of an obstacle in the middle, people will naturally take turns in, for example, escaping through a door. And it already helps kind of to synchronize them in anti-phase. Like one person does something, the other waits, and then the next one goes, and actually improves their chances of survival as a whole. So again, if we do everything at the same time, everyone does the same thing at the same time, that's not necessarily a good thing. We can think about more kind of more complex social phenomenon like groupthink or crowd mentality in general, or those kind of detrimental social processes happening right now, like polarization, right? When we kind of divide our opinions into two extremes, basically, and there's no middle points. That's also a way in which we coordinate on the dysfunctional dynamics. And if you look through these cases, most of them are the cases when we have simplification of behavior, right? This is a very simple coordination pattern. Like we choose from our kind of portfolio of possible states and behaviors, we choose one and we stick to it, and everybody chooses a similar behavior. But also as this whole system, the trajectory is very simple. Right, so instead, like if you compare it to like another agent-based model, like game of life, you can see those cases where there's a stationary point that is left there, or even an oscillator that changes states between two different possibilities. That's a very simple trajectory for the whole system, and usually this is dysfunctional. So we actually want to coordinate on more complex pattern of behavior because that's what enables us to actually successfully perform a function instead of reducing ourselves to those simple oscillators or something like that. And what is important is that in terms of like physical dynamical systems, if you want to synchronize them, like coordinate them and increase the number of elements, usually what you need is to simplify the trajectory. So like, for example, if you have complex chaotic oscillators, you have to reduce them to kind of a limited set of states to be able to synchronize a larger group. And if you think about our current problems, it kind of rings a bell. The larger the system, the simpler the trajectory on which we can synchronize, right? And that is not as good. Like we have this globalization of knowledge, of culture, of resources, of everything, of information. But if we act as a whole system, as a very large system, it is much easier for us to pick this one side and only have two to pick from, rather than to kind of try to think about the shades of gray in between those two extremes. And of course, that's not, doesn't have to be that way, okay? There's hope still, and it mostly actually relates to the fact that, let's say in nature, like outside of digital online spaces, we usually have multi-level or systems that are organized at different kind of scales or levels of description. We don't only have like one huge group, right? The way to kind of disrupt this dysfunctional coordination synchrony is usually to create those meso-level structures that enable more complex patterns and more complex trajectories for the whole system. So that's kind of the background in terms of like why even studying coordination is important. It leads to function, and we want to have complex coordination to perform complex functions. And not only they need to be kind of complex in a way that we don't choose one single behavior for everyone, but also it has to be kind of intrinsically intermittent. We cannot synchronize for all time doing the same things. Actually, complex coordination has this notion built in it that this is a sequence, but also even with a certain sequence, to be able to produce another function within the same system, you usually need to kind of disrupt the current state of coordination to start a new one. So this is also a very important thing, and that's what allows us to kind of define this concept of functional units, a certain pattern of dynamics, spatial-temporal coordination between elements that lasts for a short period of time and performs a specific function, would be a functional unit. To be able to perform a new function, this functional unit needs to kind of disassemble and be able to assemble in a different kind of dynamic, in a different spatial-temporal pattern. And we can actually measure coordination, like whether something is coordinated. Again, we don't have to see those beautiful, beautiful patterns, which are very simple, in fact. We can actually think about like whether the dynamics of the system is interdependent. But also, this is important, we can also measure it at the level of a single element. If the system is in a state of coordination, the inputs to the element, like the messages, the influence from other elements, will be coherent. Like it will show the element what it needs to be, what it needs to do. That's a sign that the system is coordinating, which is important for us as social scientists because we don't always need to have the kind of bird's eye view on the whole system to be able to decide whether coordination happens or not. And in terms of like the multi-level structures of systems, we will not only, of course, discuss only the fact that at social system, social level, we have those different sizes of groups or organizations, but also we can go even lower, like start with like single individual, the brain and the neural activity within it as a system, then the cognitive functions and the mind, and finally go to the level of the whole society. You want to have a break?
No, simply, on one of the slides earlier, you mentioned the relationship between coordination and function. How does coordination lead to function? Didn't quite guess the answer to that question from that slide. You go back a little bit and yes, about the coordination enable function. Like, so how do these things relate to how coordination enables function?
Okay, that's a good question. If you have a simple system with simple behaviors, like for example, we have fireflies. A simple function is to actually increase visibility, and especially those animals, for example, are signaling their readiness to mate. So if you have a large system of male fireflies, they will synchronize their blinking in order to be visible to females. So like this is signal visibility. That's a very simple thing. If you think about those penguins, their function is actually, apart from like the general function of survival, is the preservation of energy, right? So they have not enough energy in their own bodies to survive the extreme weather conditions. So they coordinate their behavior to be able to kind of, as a system, produce enough heat to survive, right? But this coordination is a little bit more complex because, again, there has to be kind of, there's an optimal point there, and some within this system of moving synchronously, animals moving synchronously in a spiral, some of them will have suboptimal conditions, both those ones in the middle and the ones at the edges, right? So those outside signals from the other elements can spur the kind of the functional unit to collapse and reform. right, in another place. And the coordination itself is just the synchronous movements in a spiral, but the function is let's maintain heat, basically. And in those more complex coordination patterns, like it's okay, I do one thing, like division of labor is a very simple coordination pattern, and we could see it in the ants even, right? In those animals, it is also related to actually the properties of the elements, right? Some elements have different capabilities because they are actually biologically different and physiologically different, right? And therefore they can perform different functions. So a worker ant will not be able to kill the praying mantis, but the soldier ant can. But their coordinated behaviors is that like one is grabbing the top of the mantis, the head of it, and the others actually pile up so that it cannot defend. Right, so this is a coordinated behavior, and this performs a function of survival again, but this specific one is of killing the predators. Digging a hole or covering an obstacle, poisonous obstacle with sand or ground or whatever soil is also a coordinated behavior, right, of those bigger ants, because the smaller ones cannot do it really. Now, in humans, of course, this is a very, as I said, even building something, constructing something, but also performing any kind of social activity. We can come back to it later when talking about, for example, about common pool resources, where there's specific behaviors that contribute to the pool, but also specific behaviors that enable it to be sustained, right? So like it's not only promotion of certain behaviors, but also inhibition of certain other behaviors that enables people to maintain a certain resource, right? So this is a function of sustainability of resources, is again a kind of division of labor and division of privileges within social systems.
Just to clarify, when you say function, you're talking about basically any action that is motivated or has a goal or
an outcome.
But it's not necessarily function in the evolutionary sense or in the sort of ecological sense. I guess what I'm asking is, what are the boundary limits to the definition of function?
Okay, that's a good question, because again, you can think about it at complex systems. If you say evolution, right? We are talking here and seeing examples of particular organisms that interact with each other. But you can think about an ecosystem as a complex system as well, where the species is an element, right? Interactions between species is forming the actual function. And sometimes the maintenance of populations within a system, like the predator-prey model, that's an example where you can see that a certain balance in behaviors and in numbers of certain species maintains the stability of the whole ecosystem. And there's a really great example, I don't have the link here, of the Yellowstone Park. That's again analyzed on the kind of more evolutionary or ecosystemic level when they reintroduced wolves to the Yellowstone Park. And it changed pretty much everything. And not only because they just killed some herbivorous animals, right? But because they did so, the kind of the soil eruption stopped, the rivers got narrower and faster, new species appeared in the rivers, new birds appeared because they were hunting the new fish in the rivers. Also, simply changing the behavior of their prey was enough to kind of introduce change, and then they have to eat them, basically. So you can think about this level, but also even if you go like in the larger time scale, you could probably think about evolution as, again, a complex systems between meta kind of species, right? Not the ones that we have. So I wouldn't draw a very strict boundary here. You can again analyze function at different levels and time scales. But I will be mostly talking about this kind of very time limited functions where there's a particular outcome. Okay, so here I will be talking in the next section of my talk today. I will be talking about those different levels of which we have examples of how coordination produces functions. And the first one will be the neural level. Then we will move to the cognitive level or the mind level, where we can think about identities, and then finally at the social system level. And just a short introduction to all those topics, like mostly when we think about what causes coordination, we can either think about the inner properties of the system or some outside interventions. So there are closed systems basically and open systems, and this is a kind of philosophical dispute where we are in this. We mostly think, some people think we are in a closed system, some others, when we kind of explore the universe, that this is an open system by definition. But I think this is not important for understanding this, that you can have a system, a social system, in which an outside force can introduce synchronization, right? And this can be by force, by simply stimulating something. Like the very simple example is erasing temperature, and for example, a liquid evaporates, right? So we have a system of compounds that are in certain relations, spatial relations to each other, introducing energy into the system, change or reducing energy in the system changes the interaction between them and the state of the whole system. That's a kind of outward induced or outside induced coordination in behavior. But we are most interested in those situations where the actual coordination stems from how the system is constructed. So here we will again go into the structure and the properties of the structure of the connection and the properties of the elements themselves, but also at the kind of the engine. I call it engine because it's like how I impact the behavior of other person, right? Is it like by simple influence? Is it by, you know, just by presence? What can I do to change the behavior of another person? And in those three different levels of analysis that we'll be going through today, we can see that both of these are present. Like neurons are actually varied. They are varied both in terms of what they respond to, of course, of their kind of histological forms, right? They are different, but the connection structure is what is believed to be like the basis of the functions that the neural tissues, or specifically the brain, can perform. And we can trace how the buildup of the creation of additional connections in the form of synapses can actually lead to more patterns of synchronous activity. We can see how this also evolves in the mind, and this is like memory, association, even semantic knowledge is built through associations, right? So concurrent activation of certain concepts can lead to building of a structure that will then facilitate synchronous or coordinated activation of certain concepts, which enables us to actually make sense of the world, right? To build our understanding of how the world functions. And at the social level, we can have both like the structure of connections, but also the construction of different functions within a system that will enable future synchronization or coordination. So, for example, roles. Of course, the resources is one thing that, let's say, we can acquire, but we can also build up ourselves, and this will be conducive to future synchronization if we have a specific structure of roles and a structure of connection. So, for example, even if like in family interactions, you can see that there are repeated patterns of interactions, especially like, you know, there were a lot of studies on marriages and how, when and why some are successful, lasting, and some are not, apart from like the societal reasons of independence and financial independence and so on. But people build rituals that they repeat often every day. And that helps them simplify their functioning within a social unit. And those rituals are built through kind of slower and more conscious interacting with other people, but then they're automated and they allow us to perform certain tasks without thinking. In the same way, if you think about organizations and they have like task units or project units, those people who have both formal and informal relations among them already, they're usually better at performing even new tasks that have not been yet given. Like the simple fact that they have been coordinating previously on a certain task enables them to then be more effective in building new patterns of coordination. Okay, and this was in terms of the outside input. If we think about the brain, of course, we are responding to the environment, and in general, external stimuli tend to synchronize or coordinate, to enable coordination of those neural assemblies. I'm usually not talking about single neurons because that's not the proper level of analysis here, but they help, this external input usually helps to provide, let's say, context at which certain groups operate. In terms of the mind, we can have like previous experience, but also outside stimuli that actually pre-activate or like cause us to expect something. So we are in a certain environment, one thing happens, and that actually predisposes us to future behavior. Now think here about biases, for example, right? Our previous experiences tend to have impact on how we will perceive new stimuli, what we will be selectively attentive to, and what we will just skip and omit. And of course, like outside incentive, I was talking about like financial incentives, like we can actually force people to coordinate, but sometimes, and this is kind of a very interesting case study, there's a entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship association called Ashoka, and have been studying how people help communities to actually increase social capital in general, but pretty much to solve some societal problems. And they found that that sometimes introducing a certain outside incentive for better coordination can actually help kind of start or spur the buildup of social capital. There was an interesting case of a Polish community, a county that was kind of in the between the change of the regimes, was kind of disadvantaged in terms economically, like they had a lot of those agricultural organizations that were, dividing labors among people. When communists stopped and we moved to capitalistic economy, those people didn't have anything to do. They didn't know what to do with themselves. It was generally a poor community. People were mistrustful towards each other. And what a certain person did, they introduced free telephone. Like that was times when landline, of course, was the main means of communication. And in Poland, actually, the infrastructure was very bad. But this guy kind of invested into a local telephone line. And since this was kind of a good that people aspired to, right? Even those people who were mistrustful towards that wanted to use it because it was free. Like, why not use something that is free? And they started calling each other because it was a local telephone connection line, right? So they had to talk to each other. And apparently this kind of external incentive, once they started talking to each other, they started being social capitals. They started to know each other. They started to know who knows what, who has what resources. And that actually spurred economic growth in this community. So you can see a kind of what's called a Trojan horse, really, like something that people, to their egoistic attitude, wanted to use. But that actually helped reconstruct the interactions within the system through communication and coordination in effect. So even in social groups, this outside stimuli can also help introduce certain patterns of coordination that then are imprinted and can be easier to achieve later. Okay, so coming back, we have this binding problem, and we can see how coordinated activity of neurons or neural assemblies can actually solve this perceptual problem. And this approach to analyzing coordination this way actually can be traced back to the moment when we actually realized that the neural tissue is not like mass. It's built of cells that connect to each other. So there's a structure, underlying structure in the neural tissue. So we can actually assume that synchrony has to arise in some way through those structural connections, right? They are required for the neurons to synchronize. And we know how this happens, like further studies in the physiology at the molecular level have shown how synapses connect cells and how one cell can induce the electrical activity of another through mostly chemical connections. And the brain is such a complex system. It has so many cells, and each of them can have so many connections that by the sheer kind of combinatorial properties here, we can see that the activities and the possible coordination patterns are almost unlimited. right? But of course, coming back to our problem of dysfunctional coordination, we can also see, and this is probably not an accident, that the brain is not like a uniform set of neural cells that behave in the same way and that form one global system. The brain is generally, and also other parts of the neural tissue, they are organized on multiple levels, right? So we're already talking about the fact that a single neuron is probably not a meaningful unit of analysis. We have cell assemblies, we have cortical columns, we have then broader areas and regions that communicate with each other through long-range links. And because we know that that the brain has this structure of connection, anatomical connections in practice, we know that it forms a network, right? And because it forms a network, we can start to apply network analysis to see what happens in the brain and how it performs a function. And one of those approaches is related to of analyzing the brain as a network is related to this kind of frequency coding thing. So we can see the activity spreading from, let's say, the peripheral neural cells, like in our, for example, in eyes, in the retina, we have neural cells that respond to light. Then they send signals farther and farther and farther. We can trace and try to analyze which region, which area in the brain is devoted to specific function. And we know that the brain is actually organized in a way that certain areas have very specific functions and several others have like broader defined functions. Like, so we know that there's perceptual cortex divided into visual, auditory, and so on. But we also know that there are areas in the human brain which kind of combine a lot of information and perform, let's say, more complex functions. This is just one type of thinking about the brain. This is the frequency coding or the kind of structural analysis of what happens where in the brain. Of course, this is a very fruitful approach. Like, we have learned a lot about how the brain functions from this kind of analysis. And there's a lot of course, methods to track those connections. We can both study networks at like the cellular level in vitro, right? So like in a petri dish, grow neural cells and see how they connect to each other and have those really small neural networks that actually can be trained to perform complex function like steer an aeroplane or something like that. But we can also analyze the structure, the kind of more global scale between the different regions and see how that translates into how the brain functions. So we can actually trace the activation spreading throughout the brain. Now, that's not all, right? Because if we think about coordination and we kind of assume that apart from the frequency coding, we need something else to be able to actually perform cognitive functions, then we also would probably like to analyze how the activities of different parts of the brain relate to each other in time. So whether we can find the coordination happening there and assume that if there's a coordination, there is some functional information processing that is joined within two regions. So in practice, we will have two types of networks in the brain, and both of them are analyzed with network measures. One is the structural anatomical network, and the other is called functional network, right? So there have been a lot of studies, and I'm sorry, I didn't include citations. I will probably provide them later, that have analyzed the structural properties of the human brain specifically. And what is generally found, both of the very small sections of the brain or cell cultures even, is that neural cells tend to connect in a small word fashion, right? So we have dense local connections, dense and strong local connections, and sparse long-range connections that are usually weaker, that connect further areas, right? And this happens both at the low level, but also at the level of brain regions even. There's this attempt to actually same as with the human genome, we want to have the connectome, so like the fully mapped network of the brain, which we can assume will be difficult, but we have it for simple organisms, right? Like there's the C. elegans organism that is like the most studied neural systems, and we can trace every single cell and every single synapse and see how this, make both models, theoretical models to analyze what can happen in such a network, but also, of course, analyze specific exemplars of this network. There have been also, studies that would have shown that some regions in this network are probably more connected than the others, and we can kind of assume from this that their importance maybe specifically in information integration, right? So if we have an anatomical network where synapses converge somewhere, we can think that these regions are more involved in converging or combining the information. You want to talk something?
Yeah, just a quick question about the structure and function. So structural network, this structural network and functional network. Earlier on the slide mentioned that you focus either on the structure or on the dynamics. Is that the constraint? Is it why is that the case?
Well, in fact, you can probably analyze both, but like not at the same. I mean, that it's a very good question. The thing is that there's a kind of a reciprocal causality there. The structural network kind of constrains what kind of functional network can arise, right? Because we assume for the functional network to be meaningful, to be actually involved in constructing those functions, it has to go through the anatomical connections, because otherwise we have like what is called spurious correlations, right? I mean, of course, like if you have two oscillators that have certain frequency, they might synchronize just by chance, and that's not meaningful. We want to kind of trace the synchronized activity or correlated activity to certain pathways, and there were, of course, experiments on animal models where they severed certain areas and tried to observe whether a synchrony arises or not, and it didn't, right? So especially dividing the corpus callosum, so dividing the brain into two halves, basically stopped certain synchrony patterns, right? And that's one thing, like the structural network will kind of decide what is possible in the functional connectivity, but it also happens the other way around, right? Because we know from a lot of molecular studies that actually synapses are forming all the time. And one of the kind of incentives for them to actually form is when neurons synchronize their activity. So in that sense, we're talking probably about this non-stationarity of the system, like it changes all the time, and there's inputs both ways, right? So the structural network decides on the functional networks, but vice versa, functional networks impacts the structure. So it's probably better to at least have different timescales of analysis of the two concepts, right? Rather than mix them in one analysis. Although, of course, like if we treat functional connections as a network, then we can also, and we'll see in a second, analyze how its structure changes, right? Okay, so in principle, our structural network is a small word kind of network with certain hubs, and not surprisingly, prefrontal cortex is a hub in the system. That's specifically if we're talking about cortical areas, because subcortical areas that are involved in like relaying signals will be also very important, or maintaining the homeostasis of the organism in general. That will be the regions that are very important. But if we analyze the cortex, the prefrontal cortex is actually the important part, and has been long kind of understood as being important for the higher cognitive functions. So not only like perception, which is kind of a simpler thing, and kind of strategic planning, or even inhibition of certain behaviors, that's a very important function of the prefrontal cortex, that will be related to these regions. And now functional network is interesting in first because it's much easier to actually measure. The structural connections are more difficult to map. The functional connections, if we understand them as coordinated activity of certain regions, are easy to measure on different time scales and using different methods. And it's important to distinguish that a lot of functional connectivity studies are performed using functional MRI, which traces basically blood flows. And therefore, it is on a kind of longer time scale because blood flow changes slower than actual electrical activity of the neurons, which is in the millisecond range, right? So we have this approach, but also, of course, EEG or MEG, which can trace those very fast changes of activity of different parts of the brain. And again, as I said, the functional network, there are actually mechanisms recognized that we know make the functional network critical for how the structural network forms. One of them, and very interesting, is the long-term potentiation. I think long-term here doesn't mean months, days, and so on, but like hundreds of milliseconds, which make certain synapses more active, more prone to transfer signals. But also from this, I mean, we know also through the development of the human brain, it's generally experience and contact with the environment builds our connectome, right? And therefore, like experience of stimuli and activity in response to certain stimuli will have impact on how the actual connections form in the brain. Now, due to the fact that actually this kind of network has this very short time, can have this very short time scale of analysis, we can maybe easier relate this type of network to what the brain does and how it performs its cognitive function. Yes, so we consider that like coordination of activity, and this is the again coming back to the coding by synchrony. Coordination of activity is considered here if we can exclude of course previous correlations, is considered to be an indicator that two regions process the same stimuli. And here there were again a lot of experiments in animal models that have shown that this is in fact true, at least in the visual cortex. Synchrony means that two, for example, cell assemblies code the same stimulus. This allows us to both have in the brain this kind of convergent activity where we have the combination of features, but also this kind of divergent or dispersed, distributed activity that can tell us what is actually being perceived. The correlations and this kind of functional connections are widely observed in the brain. And this is not only connected to cognitive tasks. Practically any function of the brain will induce some type of coordinated activity, even the so-called default state, like this state of the brain which is considered like we do nothing, right? The resting state of the brain, not like in the dream or unconsciousness, but this kind of state where we are, let's say, cognitively passive. There is also a default functional connectivity network in this state. So this means that like the brain doesn't stop working ever, right? It pretty much, even to maintain the state, it needs to coordinate its activity to maintain function. And a lot of attention has been paid to actual particular connections, right? So for example, that one region co-activates with another region in a specific type of task, right? And we can analyze this type of coordination, like for two regions, two areas, and we can think, okay, they work in this type of tasks together. But we can, since these are connections and we can have the whole brain analyzed at the same time, we can also build a network from those single connections and then apply network measures. So not only have properties of coordination between specific regions, but of the brain as a whole. And what is important, this happens again, we cannot have like long-lasting synchrony over large areas of the brain because that's not functional. We can also trace how those kind of functional units, sets of elements or regions that coordinate their activity build up and then collapse over time. So we can do this analysis with different time scales, even at the time scale of milliseconds. So I will just show you, like I would probably take our time here, a simple analysis of like a very, very simple and quite old data set that included two perceptual tasks. And I will try to show you how coordination can be actually related to specific functions right? So the task was very simple. People were sitting in front of a computer screen and they were showed a target stimuli, so a picture. In this first task, they were just showed this picture for a specific period of time, and then a series of pictures, of other pictures, some of which were identical to the one that they have first seen. And in this task called recognition, they were simply asked whether this is exactly the same picture they have seen, right? And they were responding by lifting a finger from a touchpad. This is actually interesting that in those kind of very precise measurement, this is the fastest reaction you can have. Like actually clicking is takes more time than lifting a finger. So they had a motor reaction and they were responding only to the targets. So like when they feel at a finger, this means, okay, I recognize this image as the one I have seen before. In the other task, they were not shown a first picture, but they were simply shown a series of pictures and they were asked whether there's an animal in the picture. And again, if there was one, they were lifting a finger. So again, a motor response. And as you can see here, this is an extremely simple task, but those tasks differ. Like both are perceptual tasks, visual perception, but one of them includes like memory, short-term memory mostly. The other actually includes some semantic knowledge, like you have to access your semantic resources to be able to answer this question, right? And of course, both have this kind of basis of they have to integrate perceptual information first. Then the information processing has to go to the kind of higher cognitive function like memory or semantic knowledge. And at the end, there is or there is not a motor response. So there's actually a selection of functions, the brain functions that happen in this very simple tasks. And just to note here, as I said, many functional connectivity studies for the brain like to analyze single connections, right? To do this, in this kind of task, you can, for example, have like this baseline correlation levels between activities of different regions, and you subtract them from what you have after the stimuli is presented, right? Or the stimulus or the stimuli in the series of them. But the thing is, then you can get very many disconnected components, but you are focusing on specific appearance of specific connections after the brain is tasked with something. Now, this has certain advantages, but if we want to actually apply proper network measures and treat the brain as a whole in a way, it is better to actually keep the baseline there to see how the network changes. That doesn't mean we don't have a threshold to actually delete the spurious correlations, but we don't try to subtract the baseline of correlation from our sign-ups. So what does it, the pipeline look like? This was a very small setup, so only 32 electrodes. And from each of them, you have a kind of this sign. And of course, there's a lot of pre-processing going on. In principle, the EEG data, the EEG, contains a lot of artifacts, like even if you blink, it introduces synchronized, unfortunately, activity across many electrodes. If it was just some activity, it wouldn't be a problem. But for this kind of analysis, of course, it is a problem because this is kind of a spurious correlation. This is not due to the brain processing something, but just muscle activation. From this kind of setup of the activity of the 32 electrodes, we can compute for each pair of them a cross-coherence plot. This basically means for different frequency bands, we analyze whether the signal is correlated in those two electrodes. And usually in those studies, we check for significance by bootstrapping. And these are only statistically significant correlations here. And we can either analyze the whole spectrum, or we can choose a band in which we will assume there is a functional connections if we see correlation of activity. This is important because there have been previous studies that have shown that certain cognitive functions are actually performed on different frequency bands. For example, visual perception, this was like around 40 hertz. Some other have smaller lower frequencies, some other higher. So this is important, but actually in this analysis, this was treated as a unitary, the whole spectrum was analyzed. So if we have a correlation of a certain threshold, we construct the connections between them. A threshold, and this is unfortunately always arbitrary. You choose like a certain threshold by which you treat that the connection is actually meaningful rather than a spurious correlation that just happens because these are oscillators, right? What we get from this is a weighted undirected network. And in contrast to like abstract networks, this is in physical space. So we can not only have this network, but we can also see which regions are close to each other in physical space and which are farther from each other. Of course, with EEG, there's a huge problem in mapping the signal from recorded at the skull to the actual regions in the sphere of the brain. But for this analysis, we're not looking into that, although there are attempts, I mean, there have been attempts in studies that actually try to map it deeper. And of course, MEG doesn't have this kind of problem. It's only for EEG analysis. Okay, so what we can see here is evolution of this network in time. So the first thing we can notice from like this kind of snapshot in time, maybe I should have also mentioned that we have a starting point, which is the 0 point in time, where the stimulus is actually presented, right? Because we want to see what happens after the stimulus is presented. And we know that even though neural activity is an extremely fast process, it takes time. It takes some time, and we know that from the retina to for the signal to arrive at the visual cortex, it takes a couple of milliseconds. And if you look at those snapshots of in time of those functional connectivity networks, you can see that something happens there, right? From this simple visual analysis, we can see that there is something that is at default. We can assume that at the point like 22 milliseconds is not enough for the brain to do anything. That's what we see in the brain of an attentive person, you can assume, right? Because they are subject, they are prepared for the tasks, they are attentive, the brain is active. This is probably not the default state. They already have some cognitive function going there and some expectations, right? But they're around like 88, 100 milliseconds. We see changes in the network structure. And then later, we see that those changes go back. And actually, if you look at this, they go back to less connections than there was initially, right? Which is kind of interesting. And the important part here to notice is that it is not specific, just random new connections appearing when the brain is processing information, right? These are connections that join distant regions in the brain, right? So here is the prefrontal cortex, right? Here's the visual cortex at the end, parietal cortex here. And we know that like the visual cortex is in the back of the head, and our kind of higher cognitive functions are rather in the front of our head. So we can see that when the processing happens, we see much more coordination between distant regions, right? So this is not only the kind of convergence of signals, but general changes in network properties. And here we have some basic network measures showing that. The first one is the density or the average node degree, which rises at a certain point in time, just before 100 milliseconds. These are for both tasks here. We can see that due to the rising density of the network, the average path length shortens. So our network, the areas are easier to reach, right? We have this change. The diameter, of course, drops as well, but also betweenness drops, which means that there are no kind of middle points in this network, right? I mean, their importance lessens. And if we look at that picture here, through the appearance of the actual long range, let's say, connections, we can see that the normal kind of connectivity structure, which was maybe more small world oriented, with local connections being more dominant than global ones, it has actually changed into, let's say, even a more random network, right? I mean, the small world properties have actually been reduced in this process. But what is also interesting, we can see that, okay, this lower picture, that there's a second peak of, this is actually this is not node average node, degree, but node strength. So basically average connection strength. So not only how many connections there are, but how strong they are. They actually increase somewhere around a median of the motor response only for the target stimuli, right? This second increase in connectivity does not happen for distractors. We can also see that the general growth of connection strength is mostly due to long-range connection strengthening, right? The short range, the ones that are dense, local, they increase slightly, but not that much. Also, the selection of which is long range and short range is kind of arbitrary just by the physical distance of the electrodes. Again, this is not fully mappable to the to regions within the brain, this column. So we can see that in this kind of task, we have an increase in correlated activity in the strength of the correlation between drugs, mostly between long distant regions, and that it happens. We have at least two peaks here for the possibly, this is again interpretation fully, perceptual integration, and then maybe the higher cognitive function of actually recognizing or categorizing. And then we also have for the target stimuli, we have this motor response that also requires apparently some information integration. Yeah, so again, this is on a different picture here. We can see that this motor response is also related in the target stimuli, is also related to increasing the strength of distant connections, right? Again, motor cortex is kind of far away from the visual cortex, so this does make sense that we can see this kind of change. And the final one is that there's a small difference between the categories and the recognition task. It is actually made small just by the sheer kind of commonality in those tasks, right? Both are very perceptual, like they do have some higher cognitive aspect, but not much compared to like the simple perception of the stimuli, and also the motor responses like similar across those tasks. So the differences are small, but we can see a small difference that in the fact that in the recognition, and in both cases, in recognition and categorization, the short range connection are stronger, but their strength increases more for is larger for the categorization task. This is actually interesting because categorization is more semantic knowledge, and the recognition is more memory related. So yeah, just to sum up this part, we can see there's a couple of takeaway points from this. Is that the one thing is that the network properties actually change in demand, following the demand of the task. Like we can see those peaks of information integration. We assume that synchrony means information integration in different moments in time in the performance of the task. And we can see that those the changes are mostly related to long-range links being formed, so more, let's say, distance or global integration of information. And that tasks do in fact differ, right? So we see that we can relate the functional connectivity structure in the brain to particular functions in some manner. And actually, I think this is extremely popular field right now in neuroscience. So if you're interested, there's like really a plethora of studies of different types of networks and different types of processes that can be analyzed with functional connectivity, but not only related to particular cognitive tasks, but to general, let's say, function of the brain, like comparison of functional networks for certain diseases, and so on, that show, or even cognitive skills like IQ and so on, that can show what actually contributes to, let's say, a functional, effective coordination and information processing in the brain. I do have any questions to this part.
Questions online? Seems to be yes.
So we can move for the remaining maybe 10 minutes, right? Before a general Q&A, to how to translate or how to apply a similar approach to the mind, right? Because this was the brain, this was the biology. In a way, it's I mean, it's, the brain is a very complex system and a very complicated system, heterogeneous on different types of levels, but in fact, it is actually measurable, right? We can measure the actual activity in a pretty well-defined way, unambiguous. It is much worse when you want to actually measure what happens in the human mind. But of course, social studies have been tasked with this and have been attempting to see what happens when people perform cognitive functions in terms of their processes in their mind. And as a particular example, I like to choose identities. Again, that's my recent interest here, not only because it's kind of a basis of the psychological self in a way, but also because it's actually extremely important right now. We have identity and is especially including our, cultural conflicts and cultural wars. Identities are kind of at the forefront of that. We have this tribalism growing. We are trying to trace it back to the kind of switch from offline to online wars to this mixed social functioning that we have now. So it is interesting to see how we can maybe connect the globalization of social interaction to the way that we enact our identities, we construct them. And I would like to treat them again as a complex system. And why as a complex system? There are actually two prominent, like the most prominent theories of identity in social sciences. One of them, interestingly, is sociological. The other one is, which has social in the name, is more psychological. The first one is more individual oriented, and the second one is more intergroup oriented or group oriented. So identity theory is a theory that tries to analyze the self as a set of identities, each of which is kind of built from certain meanings. So what it means to be someone, what it means to be a mother, what it means to be a researcher, or what it means to be a woman, and so on, right? We can actually find a lot of identities, and each of them contains those meanings that are specific to a person. And we call them idiosyncratic identities, the way we define our role as this person or as this identity. But there are also some properties that are shared, at least within a culture, that every person who assumes a certain identity will have connected to that identity. So in this view, our self not only has multiple identities, but those identities have multiple meanings attached to them. The second theory of identity is more related to how we define ourselves in contrast to others. And this is the identity that is really, most of the studies within this area are devoted to intergroup conflicts. Because these are the theories and the studies that try to analyze how our identities fuel the perception of other groups, of our in-group, but also of our out-group. In this context, we actually, the main idea is that we try to be as distinct from the out-group as possible, which points to a possible root of many conflicts, right? If we want to be distant, we want to be kind of specific and unique, we distance ourselves from the other group, and it's harder to communicate. And then, of course, a lot of stereotypization happens in this process, both for the in-group prototype, but also for the out-group prototype. What is important for both of those theories is that, and this goes back to symbolic interactionism, that identities are constructed in social space, in the social context. They happen in interactions. We are social animals. We build our self as within like a specific social context. We kind of cannot assume an identity in a vacuum, right? And there's of course a lot of conceptualizations here as well in terms of like certain identities have their alters, like so the kind of complementary identities. So if we have a parent, we have an identity of a child, but a child can also have a complementary identity in a teacher, and so on and so on. So there's this concept that certain identities require those alters and actually are formed with those alters. But of course, there are some, like in this social identity theory, where we have the in-group members, where we have similar identities of people interacting with each other, right? And we try to be similar at least to the prototype, but in effect, our identities are similarly constructed among the group. In identity theory, the process of identity formation is actually not maybe reduced, but actually it stems from the fact that as we assume a certain identity, we kind of enact it in front of our audience of those alters. We wait for feedback. So if we think that we are, I don't know, a patient parent, right? We await feedback both from our kids, but also from other parents, teachers that interact with our child. And we try to check if the feedback we are getting is actually coherent with how we see ourselves. If they verify that we are actually a patient parent, right? If we see that the feedback does not align with how we see ourselves, there's a couple ways to kind of correct this assessment. Okay, and one of them includes, like, the very simple one is changing the behavior. So maybe we weren't expressing ourselves right? But there's also a very kind of dangerous way when we try to deny the assessment, right? Where we try to undermine the person's assessment, where we try to put the blame on somebody else, and we generally become defensive and reactive. The important part in this is maybe less for the social identity theory, but specifically for identity theory, that if we have the whole of ourself as in our psychological entity, and this whole is actually composed of identities, and those identities are composed of something, in this case meanings, we can think of this as a system of systems. And we can actually try to analyze it not only within a person, but also how since identities are constructed in a social space, we can see how this relates, our construction of a self relates to the network that we are embedded in, so our social network. Okay, so what doesn't she show? Okay, so for this one person, she has a certain, she is embedded in a certain social network, for example, interacting with specific important others. But in her head, in a way, herself is constructed as a network. It can be depicted as a network. Why a network, right? Because so far we're talking about identity. We have a set of identities. Each identity is a set of meanings, right? So these are some elements. But we can see that meanings are not kind of independent of each other. They do have relations to each other. And this is something that has been extensively studied both in offline and online context, because we have meanings that are simply contradictory. And it doesn't mean that we are kind of incoherent or that we are somehow, our self is not functional. It is normal for us to have identities that are contradictory, right? So even if we're, I don't know, a patient parent, a loving parent, we can go drinking with buddies, right? And we behave in a completely different way, in a way that we would never assume towards a child, right? Or in the presence of a child. This doesn't mean that we are incoherent. And why I'm talking about this is because especially if we think about the digital context, there was this idea that the fact that we have different behaviors for different people thinks we are in some way in the wrong, right? This is not true. It's actually been studied really in depth in social sciences, in the area of role conflicts, moral dilemmas, and so on, that our different personas that we assume can be in conflict with each other. So that's why we can actually create a network of links among the meanings of an identity, right? In the sense that one meaning can be closely linked to another, and some others will be contradictory. Not only we have the strength of connection that is important, but also their valence, like whether they're positive or negative. And this creates this kind of quite a complex network in which we assume activation can spread. So if we assume a certain persona, like we start to perform a role, in our head, certain meanings will be activated, will be active at the same time, and we can assume those will have strong connections among each other. So, for example, this person here, we can say she's a vegan. She has those different concepts that relate to it. She loves animals. She works in some animal rescues. She tries to care for the environment. She has an electric vehicle. She is trying to decrease her carbon footprint, and so on and so on. But she also has a different, and for example, she talks, and she can be either in a physical space talking with other people, assuming this persona. Again, even entering the presence of certain authors can induce you to assume a certain identity. But also you can seek out specific authors once you are in performing a certain role, right? So let's assume she's talking with her friends who share similar values, right? And it can be either on an online forum, online platform, some group where she talks to, or in a physical space, like, I don't know, she's going for a coffee break at her office. But let's say a new person enters, and this person is an author for a different identity. Assume she's in a workplace, either online or offline, and her manager comes or her coworker comes, right? And she is a successful worker, for example, and needs to fly a lot. And she goes to meetings, right? She is a successful manager. She needs to, in a transnational company, she tries a lot, flies a lot, travels a lot. Thus, her carbon footprint actually is not that small as she might wish. And we can see that we have a kind of a conflict of those meanings in her head, let's say, which makes it difficult to act in this environment. And this is a funny concept because it is very, like, this conflict of identities is very, for example, visible in adolescence, right? When we have kids who behave completely in a different way with their peers. And the moment adults come in, they have this huge conflict of identities, and they have to kind of still try to maintain their kind of positive and attractive image to their friends, but they have to behave in a way, right? So this is a strong conflict of identity, and this creates a dissonance, negative emotions, often trying, kind of behaviors that try to alleviate some of those dissonances, right? So in here, the concept we can say is that, in fact, activation of certain both social links, but also certain concepts and identity meanings can actually act as a seed for activation spread in the construct, the whole network of the self. So if you are on this forum with vegan friends and you're discussing certain things, it's very likely that you start from one topic, but all the related topics come up and your identity is activated. But then if an outside stimulus like this other social connection appears suddenly in the social space, this may actually prompt activation of another set of your identities, and they may come in conflict, right? So the thing in such a network is to try to arrive at a certain balance of a certain coherent perception of the self. Coherence in self-view is one of the most important, in general, the strive for coherence is one of the most important mechanisms in psychology. You cannot maintain incongruent attitudes either toward yourself or towards others. If you want to actually behave in a consistent and meaningful way, you need to have coherent attitudes. And here come all the kind of mechanisms that help us maintain this coherence, which, like, biases are one example of, right? Just omitting some signals that are incoherent with your self-view, for example, are just excluded and not processed. this mechanism of maintenance of attitudes, where you try to keep your attitudes as long as possible until the evidence is overwhelming and you need to switch, and you switch usually dramatically. This is all mechanisms that kind of strive to maintain coherence, because it is needed for action, both for your individual personal well-being, but also for activities within a social system, right? So if you need to arrive at a kind of coherent representation of the situation to be able to act upon it. So the important takeaway point from conceptualizing identities as network is not only that we have those inherent connections between identity meanings, but also that identities are actually dynamic. Like if we think about activation spread in the mind, then it means that we can actually analyze this process as a very dynamic appearance of functional units. Certain concepts are activated at the same time, but if you want to kind of painlessly switch to another identity, we probably should kind of inhibit those meanings, so the functional unit would collapse, and build another one in order to assume another identity. This changes in the the sequence of functional units of the identities assumed can be either induced internally or by the social context in which we are, and both ways are equally meaningful. And I think that would be maybe a good moment to take a break and have the Q&A session before I go to particular studies.
So in the example that you gave of this model here, you're looking at sort of behavioral-based interaction-based kinds of things. So like the way that these sort of internal nodes within each person are labeled in a very behavioral or role-based descriptor kind of way. Is that something that was a deliberate choice, or is there a reason, for example, we don't use something like self-identifications or self-categorizations, or in terms of sort of constructing sort of this network of identities for each of these individuals? We're looking at their roles or their behaviors rather than their sort of claims or identity.
Both are actually viable. I mean, for this example, mostly it's behavioral, let's say, meanings related to particular activities. But in general, identities are, in identity theory, they are divided in at least three groups. One is personal identities, which are more kind of trait-oriented. So like patient, kind, or violent, or something like that. And these are less maybe behavioral oriented, but just a general disposition. Then there are the role-based identities, which are simply very easy to study, right? Because the personal identities are very varied, right? We have plenty of them, right? And each person is unique. Role-based identities are much easier to study because we have kind of culturally agreed, probably, definitions of them. Like some meanings will be shared across many people who have this kind of identity. The third one is identities related to belonging to specific groups. And this is sometimes divided into smaller and larger groups, right? So in this here, it is a mix probably of a role identity as a manager, right here, and the other identity is more group-oriented because, say, vegan or environmentally conscious person, right? And this will probably have more behavioral meanings because enactment of roles is usually connected to specific behaviors.
So in other words, you can use a variety of different markers in order to make your sort of estimate of the network of identities for any one person or any network.
Yeah, but of course, if you want to actually measure it, you'd go to either measuring the actual behavior, right? So like by observational studies and so on. And this is often in experimental studies on identities, it's usually verbal communication that is measured, or specific behaviors like body language and so on. But you can, like in digital spheres, you can have all the kind of data of different activities that people undertake. And some of them would be text analysis, simply what kind of, for example, topic modeling, what kind of topics appear in discussions when people are within a group that, for example, shares an identity. Like suppose, let's say the vegans have their own Facebook group or WhatsApp group, they communicate in each other there, and you can actually maybe capture for each person and for group as a whole, like this prototypical identity, let's say, and then see what kind of meanings are involved there. And you can probably see like there might be two vegan groups, and one is more oriented towards, let's say, protecting animals, and the other will be maybe more to general environmental issues, right? But yeah, they will have some commonalities, but the definition of identity will be different, and the concept appearing in their conversations will be different.
Question and then.
Right, so maybe I can...
So the example you gave was about how a person relates different identities in their mind. I'm wondering if it's possible to study how multiple identities are interconnected within and across groups. Curious about intersectional identities.
Oh, intersectional identity. This is actually an interesting question, because when you consider intersectionality, there can be conflicting identities as well, right? For example, religious identity and gender identity can be conflicting, and you can have this. And the identity theory in itself does not exactly talk about how identities interrelated, except that some of them are conflicting. But if you have this more flexible and dynamical perspective, you can see that some meanings are generally overlapping, and that will consist that some identities are closer to each other. Some can be, let's say, hierarchical even, like you are a member of a large group, and then within this large group, you are a member of a smaller group, right? And there's no conflict whatsoever, right? But some of them will be completely distant from each other, and those meanings can be conflicting, right? So I'm not sure if that's the...
Yeah, I think about the intersectionality aspects. You can't really look at it just in terms of the identities and sort of the relationships or cohabitation or coordination of identities when you're looking at intersectionality, because intersectionality at its core is about power, not really about the content of identity. It's about how power is sort of flows through different identity networks, different identity configurations, different assemblies of identities, differently according to the specific assembly of identities. So it's not a summative thing. So if you're, Black and a woman, you have the Black problems and the female problems. It's not summative. There's something special in that combination, in the way that that power flows through that configuration. It's a very interesting question, and I don't think,
I think the other theory can help here a little bit, because like we know from the, social identity theory, that we do take certain actions to kind of be a well-defined identity within a group, and exposition to the outer group actually usually tends to extremize an identity, right? Because we want to be a part. And I think here, especially if you have those power imbalances, they can actually cause those specific, especially for those very marginalized groups, so those intersectional groups, to actually internalize and certain stereotypes to kind of, sometimes it happens that you want to kind of own certain concepts and semantic association with your group in order for empowerment, right? And in this way, the interaction with the outgroup, the more powerful group, can help you define your identity, right? This would be an interesting aspect in a very specific way. Then there's a.
I don't know.
How you do it, but if the system isn't brain, it's quite boundary. There's a single brain there and next to the number. When you start looking at this, where's the stockroom? How do you decide the issues in the system? Humans can have manipulation and brain.
Oh, but you. Sorry, I didn't hear properly. Can you repeat it? What you said, boundaries?
Human interaction rather than cellular interaction.
The boundaries of the human kind of.
Where the ages, there's connections, they put online, size of walls, various connections, where you start.
Well, this is a dynamical system, and again, maybe that's a question whether this is a closed or open system. But in principle, there's also the kind of idea of your public persona. So, like, it's usually the most safe and least kind of controversial identity. The set of the meanings that you like. How do you behave in public when you are among strangers? And everybody has this kind of persona for like everyday functioning. So in principle, the number of people or the connections can be undefined, but you will still assume a certain identity. But in terms of those specific identities, then probably you have a set of alters. And identity theory talks about two also concepts of salience and prominence of identities. Like there are identities that are assumed generally more often than others, and certain that are more kind of important to a person, even if they are not assumed very often. So this also would mean that the set of people who kind of induce your certain person does not have to be very specifically kind of bound. They don't have to have a boundary, right? For certain relations, yes, you will have a very close, friends, probably a close friend circle that have your kind of more intimate relationship with, and you are more open and you can express yourself more fully without the fear of judgment, for example. That will be a well-defined set of alters, a social network. But in principle, you should have mentally an ability to act in front of people you completely don't know, you don't even knew they existed, right? But you meet them at a certain point. And of course, there the intergroup processes also come in mind, because you, of course, assume identities based on their behavior, their how they look, and so on, right? You try to categorize people on first meetings usually, and you assume identities that you think are appropriate for certain situations, but this doesn't have to be a bounded system.
But it is a fair question. It is how do you define the system of the target system of study, if it is indeed like a very, very complex system that stretches in multiple levels and over multiple time scales. How do you zoom in a way that you're sure you're retaining fidelity to understanding that as a small component of something larger?
Yeah, I mean, it's methodologically it's very difficult. For example, if we were trying to find content that kind of draws in people of certain identities, specifically political content, this is very hard, because it's very hard to have such a closed circle where you can say, okay, this is strictly conservative people, right? Or with a specific ideology, and they identify as this, and they will be talking, and we can see how they react to different content that they see and view. Usually you will have a mixture of others coming in, even if it's fairly clear. And it is hard to study, because also people when you interact with someone, they do not display the full of their identity, right? They can have a plethora of like this person can have like their attitude towards animals, to pollution, to carbon footprint, to other things. But you talk on a specific issue at the time, and unless you spend a lot of time with them, you're not aware of how large is the set of concepts that she or he relates to the specific identity, right? So in terms of like studying and measurement, this is a limiting factor, and you have to, but of course you can try to define it and try to measure attitudes, specific attitudes, and okay, I'm interested specifically in people who choose vegan diet, right? And this is measurable, and you can ask people and assess whether they identify with this with identity, they assume this identity in a way. And this way try to limit the confounding variables. But in terms of like, if you have the hierarchical identities, so for example, a member of a certain organization that is also included in a certain team that is closely linked together, again, it will be hard to distinguish which particular identity are assumed at a particular moment in time, unless you are within that circle, right? And you can see the differences in behavior, and you can observe the behavior of the person in different contexts.
That's, I mean, that just compared to the traditional methods, we have to think about the same kind of things. How correspondent are the measures that we're using? You know, when we're looking at predictors and outcomes or whatever, is it too close to each other, or just basically asking this equal to the same thing of itself? Or is it too far away? Are they related somehow, but been through like 1,000 different steps? And so therefore we might not actually see the relationship. I think in the same way when you're looking at systems, you're going to be looking at those things that cluster together, that are more sort of coordinated with each other. And you should be able to see that in the theory. In a way that is dependent on how you're defining your temporal scale, how you're defining your levels of analysis, what your research question is. These are all things that you can be deliberate about setting up yourself.
But also aware that the answer to the question, in some ways, you don't necessarily have to. Subsystems are not bounded in any way, and therefore you're not aiming. Here I'm looking, and I go, where is the line? How do I know I've done it perfectly?
But that's the thing with this kind of flexibility, right? I mean, usually in the classical identity theory studies, there was kind of a notion that, okay, your identity is this set of meanings and that's it. But in fact, like this can be very flexible because in the network, you have stronger or weaker links that change over time, right? So you can have this kind of concept that is loosely related to this identity, and in a certain moment it activates, and the connection is too weak, and it won't activate because the signals coming from the other concepts are not enough to activate it. So like I would say that the actual boundary between your identities is also very fluid. It's not fixed, and why should it be really? In terms of researching it, of course, we're trying to impose it, like to find the core of it, right? But we probably just omit the edges for the sake of clarity, but it doesn't mean that the edge is actually so clear.
I can imagine situations where you target a particular cluster you think is particularly important, and you don't find much coordination in it in the way that you would expect. But then you can also find coordination between things that you never really expected to be coordinated because you just aren't looking at the right time scale. Like, I'm thinking of the paper a while back that was looking at change in crime statistics in the US over time, and they show like, okay, with changes in sort of individual level stuff, there's some changes. With sociodemographic factors, there's some differences in sort of arrest numbers and things over time. But the largest sort of effect they found was a cohort effect that came about from a single policy that came through, like on the war of drugs or whatever. that they would not have been able to see unless they were looking at that timescale. So if you just did the analyses at the individual level and you just did the analyses at the sociological level, you would have gotten two completely different answers. And both would have been incorrect in terms of, the significance of those effects, the total effect that was the political theory that is responsible for those.
Yeah, I can imagine in the identities, like you enact identity in a particular context and we observe behavior, but like in your head, that's an abstract construct. You don't even define yourself. Like if you're asked to probably find those meanings and you will say, okay, I think I'm this and this and that. But like in your everyday functioning, you don't use those definitions, right? So you actually, as you said, maybe sometimes a longer observation period actually lets you capture the more fully the particular definition of an identity, right? In different situations and different contexts, because they will be varied. But of course, again, we're coming also to the issue that this is a non-stationary system, like your identities change. The whole idea behind identity theory is that it happens in social interactions. So new interactions change your opinion. And that's one of the kind of things that I'm interested in terms of how those identity processes that happen online fuel polarization, for example, and tribalism, right? This is the thing. You are exposed to opinions, to statements, enactments of identities, often of people who, we know from, like, they're your friends, your coworkers or something, and then you go online and see their, opinions or ideologies, and you're like, oh my God, right? And you start to change. And unfortunately, the process, like, if you start to think about it, we know from psychological studies that, for example, voicing something publicly actually strengthens your attachment to that, because once you have stood behind something, it's much harder for you even to psychologically back off that topic, right? So, like, for example, you might have been a moderate person on, like, I don't know, abortion issue, right? But once you are within a certain circle of people, and you just by accident or to defend yourself to something, use a strong argument, you cannot back off. Like, you will have to maintain it, right? And this is a step towards radicalization, basically. And there have been studies showing, very interesting study on Twitter, trying to expose people, because there's a problem of filter bubbles, whether they are there or not. They're trying to expose people to content which is from the other side of the political spectrum, and they found they actually radicalized more. So not only voicing your opinions among like-minded individuals might, through the cognitive rehearsal, there's a couple of psychological processes that actually make you polarized, but also exposure to the opposing content may make you radicalized because you want to distance yourself from that. So you become more extreme in your own opinions, right? So again, like you have to choose a certain time scale, also knowing that those identities might change for any particular person, but also for groups of people. Like the group identity might also go to more extreme, for example, which we observe right now. So there's a couple of things you need to take into account when trying to measure it.
Yeah, consider that, for example, in environmental psychology, almost every study says, conservatives are less interested in sustainable behavior, for example. But this is a very modern phenomenon. Conservatives were the people, for example, who came up with the idea of federal parks and had a much stronger sort of land stewardship sort of ethos for a while. In an earlier sort of historical era. But again, this is sort of just the question of, okay, how clear am I on sort of what's the time period I'm interested in this, what the time scales of change I'm interested in are, what levels of analysis am I interested in. These kinds of studies, I feel, are not really meant for understanding causality. They're not really meant to sort of identify key sort of variables for intervention. They're meant to give you a more holistic understanding of the system, about how things are emerging. That's at least how I understand.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably easier in this kind of modes to do quantitative, modeling rather than qualitative modeling rather than quantitative, right? Specific instances, you just want to understand the general concepts. But when you were talking about this timescales and also influences, I also remember that how certain ideologies become unified. Like we had also a nice study showing how, and there are also other modeling studies that show that certain issues become joined in one dimension, right? So like we were studying actually vegans and let's say omnivores and their identities, and this is no longer a dietary issue, right? This is a political issue, and it wasn't so, right? Right now it has become, and this is actually a simplification of coordination, right? We used to have opinions on different dimensions. Right now it's one dimension, and all our opinions are correlated. So if you're a conservative, you probably eat meat, you probably fly a lot, you don't worry about environment, you also don't wear mask when there's pandemics, like, which should be completely unrelated, right? But they have become related, and this is a simplification of coordination in your mind. This shouldn't be so. And again, there are certain ABM models that try to kind of disentangle how this happens, and you can find certain mechanisms in which those things become joined when you connect, the kind of mental system with the social system that show that those can unify into one dimension. And this is a problem, right? Because you actually want to separate them again as they should be separated.
The identity world, I think that's what the elaborated social identity model would be useful for this kind of thing, where you're constructing I don't remember.
Yeah, so for example, like if you construct here the identity here, it's like, vegan, but also, I don't know, progressive, like in terms of economic issues, which should be like normally, like those issues you should be able to hold differing opinions and they shouldn't be conflicting. So welcome again. We will continue with the identity theorizing and a short study, which is maybe less on coordination, but rather on the effects of disruption of coherence in the identity view. And then we will move to the social system level. I'm not sure I will fill all the time, but just finish later if there's not enough material. But in the latter part, I think we will probably have a little bit more discussion because it's more theory-oriented rather than result-oriented. So we have this model of network identities, dynamical identities, that, as we said, constitute a sequence of functional units. So we assume a certain identity with internal, external dynamics. This identity becomes a synchronous, concurrently activated set of meanings. But if you want to assume another identity due to either internal processing or an external stimuli, such as appearing in a different social context or another social context coming into our situation, we then switch to another functional unit. So certain activations have to drop and certain others have to initiate. Now, the important part in identities, and we were talking about the identity theory before, is that they are negotiated in interactions. That means that even what are the meanings that are actually part of an identity can be also negotiated, right? That's the basic symbolic interactionism. In identity theory, there's this process of verification. I briefly talked about it. This is the moment when you receive appraisal of your identity performance and you assess whether this is congruent with how you view yourself or not. And if it is congruent, and it's important, if you view yourself as a bad at something and you receive congruent feedback, it's good. It's still good. It means it's coherent with your identity view. So it is called verification of identity. If the feedback is incongruent with your own self-view, it's non-verification. And the funny part is that most identity studies, for the kind of obvious reasons, have studied the situations of non-verification, right? Because that's important. That's when your social situation causes you to actually evolve your identity or change your behavior or do something. In general, it is believed that non-verification, first of all, induces negative emotions. And those negative emotions prompt you to change something to then attain the state of coherence again. And kind of balance, and therefore there's different behaviors you can display from like thinking, okay, you were misunderstood, so you will be changing your behavior slightly to maybe underscore certain qualities of your identity, of your understanding of yourself, and then people will correctly report back to you that yes, that's what we think about you. But also there's like if this criticism of identity or this incongruence is pronounced, you may actually try to deny it, right? And there's different ways, like for example, there's some higher force that has been making me act in a certain way. That's not because I am like that. That's outside of me. So that's kind of shifting the blame of a person. There's simple kind of like you misunderstood me, but this because of your qualities, not mine, right? So again, this is shifting blame on the partner of the interaction. And there's also those kind of classical behaviors when this specifically when there's a prominent or salient identity that you want to defend it, right? And this is maybe where also social identity theory comes into play, when you have groups with very well-defined and important identities to themselves, and if they criticize each other, right, or say, okay, you thought you were vegan, you were caring for the environment, but for example, this kind of old argument that the soy is used, it's also producing, pollution and so on, and so on and so forth. Like you are not truly what you think you are, right? Or you thought you're a feminist, you thought you were kind of you're sterile, a woman, and then for example, you are not a good mother, right? You're actually not caring for your children. You are bad, right? But if we know that this is coming from the out group, we will not try to adjust our behaviors. We don't want to please them, really. We want to be separate from them. So maybe those actions of reactance, defensiveness come into play, and we defend our identity instead of changing our own performance of the identity. And interestingly, there's very little studies on the opposite situation. That is, when identities are actually verified, which is most of the time. It's like, of course, probably in the digital sphere, it is easier for us to find both those kind of like-minded individuals, but also we are unable to fully shelter from ourselves from this input from the out group, right? But still, in most of our social interactions, probably we are in our social circles, like this kind of stable relationships where identities have been already negotiated and they're quite stable and we feel good. Like, so we are actually trying to examine what happens when people are kind of exposed to both positive verifying feedback and negative and non-verifying feedback in an online context. And it was also inspired by a study on vegan identity, again, coming back to this, and very interesting one, but rather simple analysis. There was a video, actually two videos analyzed. One was, I think it was Watch Mojo, one of those kind of channels on YouTube that have this kind of X facts about something, and they have like 5 or 10 facts about veganism, and this actually, it was kind of a passive aggressive video where they say this kind of thing. Oh, vegan diet is generally healthy, but vegan diet is generally animal friendly, but it's environmental friendly, but there was always a but that was actually very critical of the identity, which kind of undermined the kind of the overreaching understanding of what it means to be vegan. Right, the actually good qualities that vegans think they possess, and this spurred an avalanche of comments underneath this video, and also a reaction video from one of the vegan channels creators. And the authors here analyzed the comments of under both videos, because the identity theory says, okay, if you have this dissonance due to non-verification, you have no negative emotions, this should be a prompt for action, right? You should do something to reconcile the situation. You should have to, act to improve your own self-perception. And indeed, that's what they found. They found that the sentiment under the video criticizing vegan identity were more negative. The sentiment was more negative, but the comments were also longer. So people tried to kind of correct this impression, right, by saying, okay, vegans are this and that. This is not true. on the video, under the video, that was kind of a reaction that kind of debunked those myths. Those comments were positive, agreeing with the creator, and they were also shorter. So like, again, a simple measurement, what this incongruence in your self-view and the reaction from the audience causes. And this is of course interesting, because coming back to our discussion that ended last session was like, how do you know that this is a specific circle? It was a very particular situation. We're actually trying to find similar cases online for different identities, political, gender identities. And in this one case, it was exceptional because the comments underneath this critical video were actually mostly by vegans. Like, the other side did not respond in a way. This is very hard to do. That's why they could actually analyze the whole section of comments and have consistent results, right? Because even if you have like discussions within a comment, like you start a comment, somebody replies and you reply and so on, this is possible. That's usually meaning that there's some debate and you already have two sides to the debate, right? So because people engage in it. So this was a specific situation, but it's very hard to find data that will allow you this kind of analysis. But we wanted to actually tackle a specific case where we know that there will be feedback on the identity. And there's one space online, which maybe not one, actually a couple of them, that is specifically well suited for that. This is the I am a Reddit subreddit. I don't know if you're familiar with it. It's very kind of interesting. There's actually two versions. There's I am a, and the other one is, yeah, something I'm a. So this is basically ask me anything, or I am a, ask me anything. And one of them is more, this one is actually more focused, and it's always been more focused on kind of celebrities. There's a lot of well-known people coming in to perform this kind of sessions. The other one is for like normal people. Okay, I just ate something for dinner, ask me anything, or something like that, this kind of story. And here are people who are presenting themselves, and they are opening themselves to discussion. So basically the format is a person comes in, says, I am a, ask me anything. And they receive questions. And in general, this has to be said, even though Reddit is well known for kind of bad culture there, they are positive. IAMAs had been moderated, not heavily, because Reddit is generally not so heavily moderated. And a lot, I mean, maybe the norms are not so strict rather than it's not moderated. And there's a lot of negativity allowed, but it's still a generally positive space. So it's not that easy to find criticism towards an identity or actual questioning of the qualities of the identity. But we have been trying to find certain cases where we could see and analyze what happens when this kind of incoherence is introduced into a person's this network identity. And this is an example of a feedback. It's the person who is describing their weight loss journey. And like you can see that there's some comment like, wow, simply like, how do you get motivated? Congrats. So there's a positive, you achieved something. I acknowledge you achieved something. Tell me about it. And this is actually the most common, if you think about it, everyday functioning of people, that's the most common situation. We don't usually go with this negative approach towards like strangers or our friends, especially, right? Unless we have animosity already there. So we were also interested in one sense, in seeing what happens when actually this more common situation happens, because there's little research on it. But also in those negative cases, what happens when somebody criticizes the identity. And here the criticism was specifically about, like, you think you lost weight, but you know, like that's you didn't really, right? You lost not enough to be considered like on a weight loss journey. So like you're not really in this group. That's not your identity, right? And you can see that here the response is extremely defensive from the get-go. Like there's no kind of negotiation there. Yeah, first it's saying no offense means you intend full offense, and so on, so on. It's name calling already in the first sentence. So this is a very strong defense of the identity, but you can see that the response is also not very short. Like it's going into some length to actually justify why this person thinks they are actually entitled to be and assume this identity. So we have tried to find a couple of different identities on the IAMA topic and the criteria for selection. So it's kind of a mixed method study, both qualitative and quantitative analysis. We're looking at those different types of identities. So we have those idiosyncratic personal identities when we think exactly as the person who lost some weight. That's a specific, very fluid identity that this person assumes for a specific period of time. They might actually dispose of this identity after some time, right? But we're also interested in other identities, like role-based identities, right? So we have specific, like attorney. There was actually, I think, employment attorney, a writer, a web developer, a software engineer. So kind of a profession. Usually the role identities were related to a specific profession. They're very easy to define in this way. And we also have this kind of celebrities, just idiosyncratic identities. And the most well-known people we had was Peter Saville, the creator of Joy Division's album artwork. There was, I think, Carolyn Hacks, an advice columnist from Washington Post. We also had Steve O, and you know, the authors of the Expanse series. So those were the most kind of celebrity oriented. But we also had this kind of group identities. For example, people with specific disabilities, right, who describe their own situation. So we try to have a range of identities to see, like, if we can find some commonalities there. And like, as I said, that was a lot of analysis. I will just present the one that is dependent exactly. I mean, we studied exactly the reactions to non-verifying and verifying feedback. So first, like, there was a lot of qualitative coding. As you can see it, we were building a code book based on the identity theory in a kind of top-down manner, theory informed. But we found very quickly that it is impossible to get codes for behaviors that are responses or that are positive or verifying identity feedback, because the theory doesn't say much about it. It's just, okay, you have verification of identity, that basically means go on. Nothing changes, go on, right? But there's not much said about what people exactly do when they behave. I mean, they receive this kind of feedback. It was much easier to find theory-driven codes for negative responses or negative feedback. And besides coding the actual content, like what kind of response? Is it the defensiveness? Is it the reactance? Is it shifting the blame? Is it actually agreeing? Is it inquiring about the identity or inquiring about the alter identity? We have also coded what I call emotional balance. And in the psychological understanding of, positive means kind of attracting, negative means repulsing, right? And this kind of notion. So it's kind of maybe not a more specific definition than simple sentiment, but probably quite similar. So we were coding them as neutral, positive, and negative, apart from the kind of content coding we did. And we were interested in two things in respect with when we introduced this kind of incoherence into the person's perception of their identity. How long do they engage in the interaction? Because there's also a common belief that, on the one hand, we expect from identity theory a longer interaction, right? That is more, you try to reconcile something, you try to behave differently, you try to explain yourself, right? To maintain this coherent self-view. But on the other hand, we know that in digital social space, you basically can withdraw without any cost. Right? You can cut connections, right? You don't have to. You can ghost somebody, even in close relationships, like online settings. This is an anonymous forum. This is very important, a pseudonymous forum, because you can have a nickname, but on Reddit you also can have a throwaway accounts. So you basically have account for one post, and you can just detach it from your profile, and nobody can connect your various accounts. So like you can be someone on one subreddit, someone else on another subreddit, and you can have throwaway accounts, as many as you can, as many as you need to engage in some debates. So basically the cost of actually quitting a discussion is pretty low, even for people who are presenters in those topics. Actually, there were a couple who have deleted their accounts after the session, right? So it is not required for you to engage with anyone for a long time. But as we know, like, longer engagement, especially one that is pronouns value oriented and identity oriented, can actually lead to radicalization. So this is an important question. How long does it take for you to actually quit this very negative interaction? For this analysis, we have analyzed how discussion thread starts, what is the balance of the initial comment or question, and checked how long does it take, and also what are the ending patterns of the discussion. So whether in the end people kind of get to kind of what is called often mutual verification, right? So like I present my identity, the other person presents their identity, and we kind of in the end affirm that yes, you are who you think you are. So we were computing the thread lengths, and Reddit is a threaded discussion forum, so it's a little bit different probably because it's also topic oriented from like social media platforms, the other ones, right? So normally you have an initial presentation of the person. We don't use it in this threading. Then you have the initial comment, for which we have assessed the balance of the emotions displayed there. And then you can have following comments, and they can be done by both the person who is being presenting themselves and the other users. We in general we have been choosing those where the person responds. So we are not interested in how the discussions among the commenters go on, right? We were interested in like you criticize somebody's identity or you positively verify somebody's identity. They engage with you. How long does it take for the discussion to end? And a single comment could have started many threads of discussions, and we're simply computing the end length. And what we found actually is that negative comments spur longer discussions. So this is and the averages of that. The differences are not large, but in principle, the discussions are not long in general on those subreddits. And you can see that negativity starts longer discussions. It's significant. The model. It significantly, the balance predicts the length of the discussion, which means that even though it's interesting, even though you can actually back off completely and leave this debate and nobody will probably ask anything of you, especially if you're not a celebrity. Maybe celebrities will be grilled more, okay, why are you not responding to difficult questions? But a normal person is just like, whatever, really. It's not very important for either the presenter or the commenters to engage in long debates. But people are still prompted to do that, which is kind of a negative conclusion because it means that in those online spaces, generally in digital spaces, even though you could do that, you tend to stick to the discussion and you can radicalize during this discussion, which is kind of dangerous. We're also trying to look at how those discussions end, right? So we were counting the possible combinations of codes at the end of the discussion, right, of discussion threads. So we had to select those longer threads. We were analyzing the ending triplets, so 3 last comments in a thread, or tuples, so 2 last comments. Of course, with 3 last comments, the discussions are, it was just the sample was much smaller, so it's more revealing to analyze the tuples. And the overreaching and actually maybe surprising conclusion is that most of those discussions, even if they are just neutral from the start, because we are analyzing them divided by the valence of the initial comment, they actually end positively, right? Like if they are neutral and positive, they will either end neutral or end positive with a mutual verification, right? Which is like, on the one hand, it's a good thing, but on the other hand, I think all the negative ones never concluded, like there's the top combinations never concluded in a positive mutual verification or affirmation of identities. So the initial comments actually drives the whole debate and it does not resolve. But as little as just framing something as neutral, negative, or some of those comments we classified as passive aggressive, right? So like not openly attacking, but this kind of veiled criticism. even if that was changed to neutral, like it will be enough to have the discussion end on a positive note, which is important. Like, I mean, it really takes it should take very little for people to rephrase their comment to other person for the whole thing to evolve in a better way. So on the one hand, there's some positive conclusions, that we can try to reframe our behavior in such a way to make the whole debate more constructive. But on the other hand, like if there is negativity, it does not end well and it continues for a longer time. So this is maybe a little bit more troubling. And that's it. I think I have 4 identities. So ending this topic. And if you don't have any questions, or maybe you have questions for this one.
Thank you, it's really interesting. Anything on identity within groups, that's when you're part of the same group, sometimes people try to preserve an identity or act, behave, communicate in a way that might feel that there's an expectation of it. And I just wondered if there was any difference. Possibly it might be a different area within groups. Because sometimes people don't always present it in a direct way or a transparent way. And it depends on which group they might belong to and how they might want to convey themselves as well. Just wondered if that's really
Yeah, I think that's exactly the topic of this other theory, the social identity theory, which specifically focuses on intra-group processes. And in intergroup processes, they usually focus only on those that are conflict related. So there are identities that are actually opposing each other. And as we have been talking already, it just it goes both ways. Like being within your circle of people who have similar identities, for example, this vegan identity, actually can strengthen your identity, and you can be prompted to display those traits and behaviors that are close to the group prototype, right? But on the other hand, you always respond to the out-group prototype. So you try to distance yourself from it. So you will be more like, if you are backed by your group and you see the display of behavior of the out-group, you will try to present behaviors that are as far away from the out-group prototype as possible. And this also may lead to radicalization, because you may actually yourself start to behave like your in-group members in a way that you would not do were you alone or not exposed to the out-group member, right? So there's danger in that. But of course, like if you are alone, a representative of an out-group, and you are faced with a whole group of the opposing identities, you probably might actually try to not display your identity in that particular moment, right? So intergroup processes and intra-group processes are very important for this, also for the negotiation of your own identity, and also for the outward behavior of how you display it.
There's also a bunch of political sites that groups that have internal cleavages that lead to schisms. So there's a little bit on the psychology underlying groups that schism, or they've studied this, for example, in separatist movements. There's also stuff on sort of the radical flank versus the centrist sort of flank of the political party, and how they interact with each other politically. So there's a bit of. I don't know how relevant it is for me.
It's just making me think that this is really interesting, isn't it? Because then you can kind of predict how people might possibly negotiate or have conversations based on who's around the table. Apart from legacy.
But just maybe a side note, I don't have the results here, but for the same data set, we have also analyzed algorithmic sorting of comments and its impact on the actual tone of the whole discussion. And it is actually, we were thinking people open this kind of I am a topic because they are attracted to a title. Maybe that's an identity that it's prominent for them, or it's an alter for them, or in a way interested today, even especially if it's like political discussion. We had one researcher of climate change or something, one researcher of the universal income, right? And there were huge discussions there, right? Because this topic drew people in with specific identities, and some of them were agreeing with or similar to the identity of the presenter. Some of them were opposing. And we're interested in like, okay, those people, like when they open the page, they see the presentation, then they see a couple of first comments. And depending on your device, whether you're on a laptop computer screen, a big screen, or your phone or something like that, you may see a different number of comments. And like depending on when you enter the debate, it might prompt you to ask specific questions, right? And what you see there. Like if you see that somebody is being already criticized and is unable to defend themselves, you may have a person to actually grill them more, right? To continue with this debate. Okay, why didn't you answer the difficult question? We had the editor of the Guinness World Record book, and there was I don't know if you remember, John Oliver made a whole episode about like some dictator of some post-Soviet country that was, I don't know, beating the record in the largest something, okay? And apparently, like, you can do that. Like, you can invent something, and this is just a promotion for an authoritarian regime, and people are criticizing this guy for this. Like, why do you take money for just writing somebody, making somebody famous, right? And this person wasn't responding initially to those comments, right? So like the whole debate was like, why do you not respond? Like, why are you hiding? Why are you doing this, and that? Like, why are you not interacting with us? Why you are leaving out the difficult questions, right? So if you come into discussion and you see this kind of debate, you might be prompted to, okay, this person is like this, something fishy there. Maybe I should push also, right? And what we found out is like the three first comments matter, especially Reddit has very transparent sorting algorithms, and they are the same for each visitor, right? So it's not like the sorting of comments personalized to your previous platform usage or something like that, or outside platform browsing. It's the same. It's like the best comments, which are the highest voted questions or comments. There's some kind of controversial, so those that receive up votes and down votes. Very kind of transparent algorithms. And already before that, we found that if the top ranking comments, according to the best algorithm, were negative, there was more like the whole discussion, if you computed the percentage of positive, negative, and neutral comments, it would follow, will correlate to those initial three ones. So you can see how much the context matters for the whole debate to evolve, right? Which is, you may want to be very careful in those kind of environments because they are kind of path dependent in a way. Something starts, the process starts, and it's very hard to stop it. Okay, I would like to move to the last part of today's session, which is going one level up, or actually even more level ups probably, because this is the kind of the broadest concept. We were talking about the brain, the mind, and how coordination, synchrony, or complex patterns of coordination create those functional units that carry out some function, right? They have a functional correlate. But now we're moving to even larger systems. So from groups to whole societies. And in fact, I would like to actually skip the smaller groups and go to the bigger systems, because I have been interested specifically in the problem of how increasing the size of the system impacts its function. We're talking already about the fact that if you have a really large system, it's hard to synchronize or coordinate on complex patterns. Like the more elements there are, the simpler the trajectory or dynamics of the systems where the elements can synchronize on. So there's some problem with size already, with scaling up. But on the other hand, especially if you think about social systems, larger systems should have more capabilities, right? We have more people, we have more resources, thus, right? And those resources not only in the sense of like actual physical resources that people possess, but simply like the whole toolbox is larger, right? There is more competences, skills, and the larger you have a system, the more likely you are to tap on very rare competences and skills, right? Because if something is rare and you just sample randomly, you have to have a large sample to actually be able to even have a chance at finding a person with that particular skill. So I had a whole line of studies that was kind of trying to determine what makes some of those large systems successful, effective at what they do, in terms of like doing something together, because I'm not talking here about summing the little parts. I'm talking about becoming the larger whole. So kind of a collective action that would not be possible by individual actions alone. And that was interesting, what makes some of them succeed or not. And the problem, of course, with those very, very large systems is that there's not that many of them, and especially there's not that many of them that are effective. And here the driving question is also, again, coming back to the impact of digital technologies on coordination in social system in general, and how we were talking about some of those dynamics can be treated as simplifying, right? So polarization is simplification, right? Instead of having a multiple of varied opinions, we kind of gather at two extremes, right? We're talking about how different issues become unified into one dimension, which they shouldn't really be. And there's a lot of other this kind of phenomenon, which means that, which kind of show that there is a lot of simplifications of dynamics when we think about those very large online social systems. And what is interesting is that in physical systems, and I've met this kind of opinion also on complex system conferences, is that, you know, we should change our digital social spheres in such a way that we will be able to control where the system goes, right? So like if it's getting polarized, let's push it slightly so that it is less polarized, right? But the problem with that approach is, I mean, it's an inherent problem. If you make the system prone to be controlled, it can be controlled in another way, right? If you make, you can control it in one way, somebody else will control it and push it into the other direction, right? This is an inbuilt vulnerability. We should never think about designing a social system that is controllable from the outside more than it is controllable from the inside, right? And that's one reason, but also that sometimes we were talking about the cases of the Trojan horse or something like that, where we have the kind of outside incentive that changes some kind of properties of the system so that later it can coordinate on a more positive trajectory. And this is true, but these are probably rather rare cases, right? We, like, for example, and they should be targeted at specific changes within the system. So like, for example, this free telephone line was meant to improve communication among people. So like a very basic structural element of the system. So that's why it worked. If you just pour money into a community hoping that, okay, we will build you this, we will fund you that, and those initiatives don't make lasting changes in the kind of social tissue, like you take the money away, it goes back to where it was. Like, so this kind of, again, this is pushing the system from one attractor to another, but if this other attractor is very shallow, with time, the system will go back to its other, previous trajectories. So there's two reasons at least why we shouldn't think about controlling the system from the outside. We should think about how to design systems that are actually capable themselves of coordinating on complex trajectories and performing complex functions, right? So for that reason, we have been doing some theoretical work to develop like what are the kind of principles of those systems that should be taken into account. And also we have, this was a qualitative study that I will present today. Tomorrow we'll take on the more quantitative study. and that includes some measurements and methods. But first, we have to start with the theory. And the theory is actually very grounded in complex systems. Like if we think, what should the system have? And we know that the system of people interacting with each other, we should probably think of it as from the components of complex systems. So basically the elements, the structure of their connections, their interaction rules and mechanism of how they impact each other. And in the connection structure and really the construction of the system, we should probably consider whether it does have anything between the element and this whole system, whether there are any kind of meso-level structures, but also analyzing whether the system is capable of having any emergent or emergent properties, right? So in fact, we are thinking about kind of modeling something in vivo, like introducing certain concepts, procedures, properties into a social system that would help it become this more complicated in a way, but more capable to coordinate on complex trajectories. I will be specifically talking about, again, digital social systems because they are very large and because we can have both kind of failures and success stories there, and they are maybe easier also to measure. But it's important to notice that many of those concepts are absolutely applicable to offline systems. Like actually our offline social systems, even though they are usually smaller, I mean, they have a certain cap on size. We have been evolving specific principles for those systems for centuries, right? Democracy is one of those principles. Like a democratic system have certain resources, structures, procedures, meso-level structures that actually would constitute the definition of a quite complex and capable social system. So we think about how Ostrom defined those communities that are capable of maintaining common pool resources in a sustainable way. There is a set of procedures there that she identified that were appearing in many of those communities that were successful. So like in offline systems, I think we have more knowledge actually than we have on online system, even though online systems are easier to measure, and also they are more constrained in their behavior, right? Because you are only able to do online stuff that the developers have thought about, right? I mean, on certain platforms, you can like something, on certain others, you cannot, right? On certain platforms, you can share videos, on others, you cannot, right? So your behaviors and the behaviors of the elements of the system are restricted. And this is a design choice on the back end. So in a way, the system are not only easier to analyze, but in principle, they should be easy to change because we can always design something better. Although, of course, this is a complex issue from a different perspective in terms of economical viability here. But you know, there is this kind of notion also that complexity is not always good, and this we shouldn't be from the get-go striving to build a system with very complex coordination patterns. This is not the goal. It shouldn't be the goal. And there's a lot of reasons for that, because generally the procedural overheads, if it's too large, it's just not cost effective to do a simple task, right? So in fact, this kind of the composition of the system should be adjusted to what task it aims at fulfilling, right? What are these goals, motivations, etc. If we try to have a very kind of, you know, democratic system with elections, with accountability, transparency rules, with, I don't know, rules for even discussion order and something like that, like Robert's Rules of Order, anything like that, and this is a small group of people who just want to gather money to fund the trip somewhere, that's probably not a good idea, right? So the main idea here is like this communities, major social systems grow in size, grow in experience, and their kind of the structure of them, the principles of their design should be fitted to their development level. And what does it really mean? Well, there's those three dimensions. Like, I mean, we can gather those dimensions, and they are actually driven derives from the complex system theory. The one is kind of the structured composition of the system. The other one is this engine. So how elements interact with each other. What are the kind of mechanics of behavior? And the last one, it's like what kind of trajectories are visible in the system? What kind of is the possible, we can say the phase space of the system, right? So like if you have the multiple behaviors that can be employed, the set of states on which the system can appear, this is our kind of phase space, and we should be able to see how limited or restricted it is and how broad it is. And to talk about those three dimensions, the first one is the structure of the system, and there's two things that go into it. The first one is composition of the system in terms of elements it contains, and you can see that like we saw that with those simple examples of coordination of animal kingdom. Like you can have very heterogeneous elements or very homogeneous elements. If they are identical, in the sense both of like their behavior, but also kind of properties, then probably they will not be able to produce complex coordination. And in human systems, this is it is kind of the same story. We have communities where you like, again, for example, you can provide financial support to something, or you can provide ideas, right? And if you want just money, of course, it's better to have people who have a lot of money and who are similar in that they have a lot of money. But in principle, each contribution can be very small and you just need a critical mass. When you crowdsource ideas instead of money, then it depends like whom you crowdsource from, right? If this a varied set of contributors, or they are very homogeneous. Like if you take one community, you know, you want to have, it's actually a case we were studying also, participatory budgeting, right? So ideas how to improve public space. And the problem there is that people gang up. Like literally, if you have people who are very effective and promoting their ideas, then you can have like the whole city quarter can be filled with, you know, parks for children, right? Because parents have communicated on various digital platforms and pushed a lot of ideas, projects, and then voted on those projects, and they dominated the space, right? This is not necessarily a good idea because the city should, in principle, cater to all its citizens, right? So if one group gains this kind of unlimited vote and they are similar in their interests, needs, competences and skills, you will get a limited number of solutions, right? So the system will coordinate on a single activity in a way. And here, it should be adapted. Again, if it's just getting money for one thing, doesn't matter. If you want to have complex coordination, it probably is good to have more diverse contributors. There's also the wisdom of the crowd problem, if you're probably aware of that. The only way wisdom of the crowd works is if you have the kind of estimates or the ideas of people are not correlated with each other, right? If they are correlated, you just get multiplied error, basically, of the initial assessment, right? So that doesn't work. Diversity and independence is important here. Now, the other part that goes into the structural properties of the system, the structuration, is the connectivity structures. So here it's extremely important to take into account how large the system is, right? In principle, you know, a system that is has heterogeneous elements, but those elements have a uniform connection structure, especially just one level of connections, which you probably have on, I mean, it's not maybe that bad, but on most social media platforms, right? You have some structuration in terms of groups, groupings, but in principle, the connection structure is thought to be like a single layer network. This is not sensible in principle, because you can actually, even if you are connected through a group to some other people, you just can have a direct link as well. And your communication does not have to go through, for example, a public debate for example, arrive at a common goal, right? And then only after you have a common group goal, you can go further to other groups to kind of try to debate what we will be doing. So, for example, imagine this participatory budgeting. And there were some initiatives, for example, in Poland, where they actually, like, if there were people who were trying to have projects in the same space, right? Had, I don't know, skate park, and the other had, I don't know, some benches for older people. They would actually, before they set up, decided which projects will be voted on and let the voting begin, they actually got the authors of the project to sit down and try to think whether they can reconcile the ideas. Maybe you can have both in the same space. Let's arrive at some compromise that will serve the interest of both groups, right? But for this, you have to have representatives of one group who have already established what they want, and representatives of the other group who have already arrived at this discussion. It's not like everybody with everybody is connecting and discussing, because that's not probably the best way to run things. So this is extremely important. If we have a large system, we need those meso-level structures for the system to be able to avoid this kind of simplified dynamics. There's also, like, if we are at the actual structure, we can probably think of computing some properties of this connection structure. And here, there have been a lot of definitions, for example, trying to translate the concept of social capital into connection structures. We'll be talking about it tomorrow a lot, but in principle, like, there's certain types of network structures that are set to promote, for example, bonding social capital, and there are other connection structures that promote bridging social capital. And the difference between those two is that bonding is generally considered good for the whole system. So, like, if a system is cohesive, that means information can flow freely, although the cost of this information flow can be maybe larger. But if it's a bridging system with bridging social capital, that means that there are structural holes that are occupied by certain individuals or certain groups, right? And that means that they control the flow of information processing, of decision making, of resources, and therefore they might be acting, in their own interest rather than the interest of the whole group, right? So there's a certain conflict here, whether we should have one social capital or not the other, or maybe there's a way to combine both of them. So in sum, we can observe in a way advanced structuration, so this kind of more complex structures, when we see the heterogeneity of contributors, of users, of individuals that constitute a system. We see that the diversification is not only in terms of their personal properties, skills, or competences, but also, for example, in how the roles in the system are assigned appropriately to their competences, right? So we have people who have occupy specific role. If somebody is good at conflict resolution, and we have a role for a mediator, right, in our system, that means that the system is trying to evolve towards a more complex coordination, because with this specific role and people with specific skills in those roles, the possibilities grow larger, right? Maybe we can reconcile many more conflicting interests if we have this kind of role in the system. This is specifically if we have the task-related member roles, and it can be like simply division of labor, but it can be also in those informal roles, exactly, facilitator, mediator, the devil's advocate. That's also an important role, right? Somebody who is always trying to find holes in our solutions. And also, if we have an hierarchy of roles, right, and accountability structures in a way, who responds to whom, like in terms of who is accountable to whom, and whether those that are kind of beneficiaries of certain community actions, whether they are accountable to the rest of the community. The second dimension is about what I call procedural self-organization. It's basically the mechanism of how elements function in the system, and specifically how they can interact with each other. And here we see, like, we can have communities where the only norms or the only rules are like the agreements you sign when you enter them, right? You just agree to whatever the platform owner has set out as rules without reading them much, and so on. So this is the case for like most social media platform. Interestingly, Reddit is a different one. There's a lot of human moderation there, and each subreddit can have its own rules. This is more similar to, like I said, the old days of the internet, when we didn't have social media, and most of social spaces were organized in this way, that somebody ran them, and there were kind of contact rules in them, which can be, it's interesting. They can be formal or informal, in the sense they can be codified in a set of rules, like please behave this way, or so there's also a sanctions and gradation of sanctions, coming back to Ostrom. But also we can have this informal one. What is acceptable or not? The funny part is that those informal ones need socializing, like in any social system, offline as well, right? To learn what is acceptable or not, you have to be within the system. So for example, this is, for me, it's a brilliant example. It's like, open system. So software is an example of a nice social system producing actually something effectively very often. But what's interesting, the kind of whole idea behind open source software is that you can fork it. You can have your own branch of the software and develop it. But it's extremely unacceptable in the community. If you fork something, you take it away from someone, from this, there's no, somebody said, no intellectual property, but intellectual paternity, right? So like you can have your own Linux, right? And people have that, but it's like, it's not that nicely seen by other people, right? In principle, you could take Wikipedia and fork it and have it as a second one. It's probably not going to work because it needs a lot of people, but it's also frowned upon. Like this is, there's a lot of essays by Raymond, and one of them, Homesteading the Noosphere, he describes those kind of norms that are in the community, which kind of prohibit you from doing what is the basic kind of function of open source software. You should probably ask them, but even abandons open source software projects, you should inquire whether there is somebody taking care of them before you actually start developing them anew, even though they have been looking at for like years or something like that. So this is important, that procedures do not mean only those that are kind of explicit. There's a lot of implicit rules that govern what you can do in a social system. And in fact, again, this is extremely important to have the number of rules and procedure adapted to where you are with the community, what your goal is. If you have a ton of procedures and you're trying to do simple things, like that's like red tape, basically, right? Like you have a lot of steps to do simple things. You're wasting time, effort, and especially in those kind of online voluntary spaces, people's engagement is hard to find, right? You don't want to discourage them by having them go through a lot of things. Wikipedia is one example where this happened. The kind of the procedural side of Wikipedia is huge, enormous. There's the very interesting account from Ober, who was studying, he's a historian, he's a political scientist as well. He studies democracy, especially Athenian democracy, so like the basis of democracy. And what he found out is that democracy as a system was extremely effective. Athens was actually more successful than other city-states for a very long period of time, given its size and comparable. He makes a nice comparisons. And one of the reasons he thinks about it is, aside from the fact that they were actually trying to get diverse views into the decision-making, is that they were actually also codifying stuff, right? And specifically codifying courses of actions that have been producing results that were effective, successful. Because if you codify certain knowledge, you kind of protect the system from repeating its errors or mistakes, right? It helps you like avoid stuff. Of course, if the knowledge becomes calcified, right, that's also bad, but you should not avoid codifying knowledge. If we have done something a couple of times and we know this way is better than that way, there's no point in trying to, invent new ways, maybe, right? Unless the context changes. Now, the important part in those procedures is also kind of the social relation part. So conflict resolution, those gratified graduated sanctions, like, you know, we have small infractions, small sanctions, large infractions, large sanctions, and so on. So, you know, the common pool resources are one example where this takes place, but also work of Hess and Ostrom has treated the knowledge commons as a kind of a common pool resource with a specific properties, right? Because it's open, it's not non-subtractable. That means, like, if somebody reads a Wikipedia article, it doesn't prevent somebody else from doing the same, right? So it has certain specific properties, but a lot of those principles still apply, and if you like to have them coded if they have been effective. Yeah, and also if the community amasses experience, it's good to be able to abstract the rules, right? Because each experience is probably unique. But if you have a lot of them, you can analyze them and find the common patterns in there that again led to success. So the procedural self-organization describes both, like, the activities, what is acceptable for a single individual within the system, right? How the element can behave, how it can behave towards others and influence others, but also what are the kind of general guidelines for the community functioning. And you want to ask me? Because I'm going to the next slide. So this is one of the most interesting things, is that human social systems have another level of complication, let's say. We are thinking animals, right? We were talking about decision making and how we try to define ourselves as agents in our environment. We want this agency. And this is different from many other complex systems. Of course, if you follow the panpsychism theory, you would say that a lot of other animals can have certain agency properties and so on. But we humans are probably at the top of the evolution chain here. And the one thing is that, you know, as any complex systems, there might be emergent properties. Like, I would argue that norms are an emergent property, right? A culture of a community, culture of an organization is an emergent property, which is, you know, an effect of the composition of its membership, right? So, like, for example, if you have a competitive organization culture where everybody is, you know, kind of trying to be the best and be better than their co-workers, for example, it is like you will be there and you don't have to be personally competitive, but if you are in that culture, you will behave in a specific way, even though in other contexts you might be very, you know, kind of towards bonding and so on. You might not actually like to compete. And of course, if you change drastically the membership, the culture can evolve into some other place. But in a way, it is an emergent phenomenon. We can have, like, identities that is forming. Again, a common identity, collective identity is something that forms as an emergent property. So, like, if you actually define yourself as a member of the community, right, that means that the community has gained a certain identity that is shared among its members, right? And this is important because this identity, again, for example, determines our position in respect to other groups and communities. This is very important. But in addition to all those emergent properties, there is something that is very important. We have kind of emergence, like the fact that the community has gained these emergent properties can actually cause it to try to change its functioning. So this is also related to the fact that people who are members of the community, at some point, they can just perform tasks, simple tasks, and kind of play their part in the operation of the whole system. But at a certain point, you start analyzing how the whole system works, right? You start to notice things like, okay, we've been failing here, like repeatedly, right? Or we have been successful in this kind of context, like what makes it so? And you try to reverse engineer why certain things happened and back to the properties of the system. And there's a lot of those, for example, the competitive culture, if we think, okay, this is bad for us, like we have been failing with other companies. Maybe it's because people compete with each other in our company, right? Maybe we should change it. And we can start thinking, how do we change the interactions of elements of the system or the rules and norms that govern those interactions to push the system towards a different dynamics, right? And towards a different emergent property. So in a way, as thinking animals, we have this ability to reverse engineer the emergent properties and try to rearrange them, right? And I think this is like the most mature communities are capable of this kind of behavior. And for example, in principle, democracy should be this kind of self-learning system where we are able to do. And systemic racism is an example, right? This is I've heard that you cannot use the word systemic anymore in research grants in US. It's on the blacklist, like women and gender and other important words. Systems are not well seen. But like systems thinking shows you, like this is a system of interconnected elements where norms, traditions, internalized stereotypes and so on act all together to create a certain situation, emergent situations, right? And if we want to change it, we can think how to rearrange the whole system, not like try to push it in a certain way with, I don't know, very, very heavy sanctions or something like, but like to think, okay, what are the tiny little bits that compose this kind of, that contribute to the system attaining this kind of dynamics? Let's try to think of implementing many changes in the system rather than just one in one place, because if we know it is a system, we know those elements interact and we need to change, probably act on a larger part of it, or it's kind of defining properties rather than top down. So this is the kind of concept also of collective awareness, of collective self-awareness. Like collective awareness is like when members of the system kind of try to gain an awareness how the system works, right? In a sense that, okay, we are good at this, we are bad at that. We have statistics about our performance and so on. And the kind of self-awareness is that I know that other people also know, and we share this understanding, right? And we can build and try to reorganize our system. And if you think about it, this is the property that can allow a system to become sustainable in a long range time, because it can adapt to changes, right? Because sometimes it can also happen that one structure, one kind of set of norms, rules, structures was efficient in a certain context, but the context changed and we need to adapt, right? But we need to have the self-awareness of how we operate and how interactions of elements produces emergent properties to be able to change and behave in a different way as a whole system. So this is the kind of the long-term goals that a major community that attempts very complex functions should strive towards, right? To build this kind of emergent properties and collective awareness and self-awareness. And I would like to show you a little bit of a qualitative analysis of two social systems with respect to those dimensions. And those systems actually, they're both online systems. They are in principle large systems. And in principle, they both aim at very complex functions. This is interesting because Wikipedia, okay, one of them is Wikipedia. Sorry, it's a knowledge resource, obviously. But when it started, the goal was already very ambitious. But the kind of the means to attain this goal were kind of very standard and in a way simple hierarchical organization. Wikipedia was thought to be, at first, as a simple expert-written encyclopedia, where experts write articles, other experts review them, somebody accepts them, they go public. And I think in the first year, or maybe not 2 years of its existence, it produced, I don't know, 5 articles or something like that. Because of course, I mean, the experts were people like us who were just asked to write encyclopedia in their spare time. Of course, on the topics they were most knowledgeable about, but still, that's just free labor. And not surprisingly, experts were not interested. And then there was this rift between Larry Sanger and Jimmy Wales, where Larry Sanger continued with what has become, I think, Nupedia, which was still pursuing this expert kind of procedural organization of the encyclopedia. And Jimmy Wales decided to open it up for anyone to contribute. And we have Wikipedia in the effect. But that's when probably somewhere at that point, there was this very, very ambitious goal, right? Very ambitious task, free access to the sum of all human knowledge. Like this is extremely ambitious. So it kind of started ambitious and ended ambitious. There's no change. But interestingly, the other case I want to present is Kickstarter, which, if you think about it, it should be a simple task. That's a crowdfunding platform. And throughout the years, if you trace through the web archive, their front page, you can see how they try to kind of redefine their function, right? What are they doing? The first motto was help you raise money for your ideas. Then it was a new way to fund ideas and endeavors, so novelty comes in. Then it was fund and follow creativity. So we're not only funding now, and we're not only funding ideas, we are funding creativity, but also following. So we're trying to build a community of people who are interested in specific things and will be in that community following their favorite creators, right? And finally, I'm not sure if that was at the time of carrying out the study, but maybe it has changed. The final motto was bringing creative projects to life, which is kind of away from funding right now, right? It is some kind of a community goal where we can assume those who fund, those who follow certain creators actually help those things actually appear in practice somewhere there. And Kickstarter is divided into a lot of things, and of course, some of them it has been growing steadily, and there's of course many other. This is just an example of a crowdfunding platform, and of course we can think about what there's differences in difficulties of what you want to bring to life, right? If it is a music album, right, which is probably the most funded area of Kickstarter actually, because the funds are not that big, and there's people who actually can do stuff that start those projects. There's also very, very complex projects that are, building a system to clean the ocean, right? There was one like that. And the thing is that some of those very ambitious projects amass absolutely immense amounts of money, right? They are just completely like they go into tens of millions of dollars, right? They can attract so much investment from like those funders and followers. And Kickstarter is not like a venture capital platform, right? This is not people who invest a lot of money. These are people who invest, $1, $5, up to probably 1,000 maybe. But in general, those contributions are rather small on average. So you think, okay, what can those people do, and why is this attempting at such ambitious goals? And the important thing is here to understand not only how those communities perform on those three dimensions, because we can see both goals are very ambitious, and if they are ambitious goals that probably require this coordination on rather complex trajectories, they are also constrained by the technology. These are digital social systems. So basically, the people who are on those platforms can only do what those platforms allow them to do. So here, I would like to go through a couple of structural principles for them, analyzing both how the system functions in this social sense, but also what are the capabilities of the actual software. Like, what can you do within those platforms? Okay, so I would like to go through those dimensions and try to analyze how those communities score on them in a way to see whether they are capable of achieving those or performing those complex functions, right? Because this is not a single product that is at the end, a goal that will be attained, and that's the end of the community. Is a kind of a process on the function that the community performs. In this way, I think Wikipedia is also different from other encyclopedias in that it's not finished. It's never finished, right? And doesn't even have those kind of points in which we can say this state is the current knowledge, and then we will create a new one in a couple of years. Same for Kickstarter, right? This is an ongoing process. New ideas come, we want to fund them, right? We don't want to, we stop at this point and that's it. And let's start with the structuration properties and how these communities define their elements, the members, the users of the community, which can be both defined in the software, right? So there's always the kind of the backend and the front end of like how do we specific encoded user roles in the kind of software engineering sense, but also do we have anything else like task-related roles, other formal roles that are actually well defined, but they are not built into the actual software. Kickstarter, of course, run on a proprietary platform. Wikipedia is using the Media Wiki platform, which is open source, but Wikipedia has a lot of modifications and plugins that are specifically developed for the community. And we're talking here about the kind of the complexity that's in Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the community, and I will be analyzing the English Wikipedia here, but of course there are other instances and they differ in their community composition, structure, complexity. But there's also the other entity, which is the Wikimedia Foundation, right? Kickstarter is a company and the platform is theirs, the proprietary, there's just one place for it. Wikipedia is the community, and then there's the Wikimedia, which is the foundation that basically gathers money and funds the infrastructure. But it also carries out a lot of other activities, including, social events, including grants for specific initiatives and so on. So this is its role has also kind of grew, but Wikimedia does not in any way control the process of developing Wikipedia. This is very important. There has been conflicts between the community and the foundation. So this is important to understand that those, even though Wikimedia funds it, and including funding the development of the platform itself, right? So the Media Wiki platform and also specific plugins for Wikipedia, it does not control the actual content production. If we look at the possibilities in terms of heterogeneity of users in members of the system, on Kickstarter, we mostly have a limited number of kind of inbuilt roles, right? There are visitors, people who don't have to be even logged in, don't have to have an account. They are there and seeing the platform. We don't know their numbers because they do not have to leave any trace of their activity, except that the company may be aware of the number of visits, simply, right? Normal users don't see that. We have backers, so those people who actually decided to fund something, right? So this is one type of member. We have, of course, creators who start projects. They can also be backers in other projects. This happens quite often, although there are some creators that are clearly creators. They are just there to create. There's also staff who can, intervene in some way in the platform. And these roles are actually hardwired in the platform. We don't see anything else appearing there, right? Nothing, no differentiation. Now, in terms of Wikipedia, there is, of course, the Media Wiki platform does contain inbuilt roles, but it's just the tip of the iceberg, really. Most user roles that are available on the Wikipedia, even if they are kind of formally defined, do not have representation in the actual engine of the platform. So we have like a normal content management system. We have, of course, administrators, other normal users. We have, there can be anonymous users. So even if you are not logged in, you don't have an account, you can edit Wikipedia. But there are other roles that are very specific and are very important with very important privileges. So basically, if you edit Wikipedia as an unregistered user and not logged in, your IP is visible. IP, which is a very kind of traceable personal identifier, which can also be the basis of excluding you from the community. If you, for example, vandalize articles, right? So you just introduce some random content or delete an article, your IP will be blocked. Which means that other people using the same IP will also be blocked. But that's the thing. Now, if you are registered users on English Wikipedia, your IP is not being seen by anyone, even by the admins, except special user role. That's why I'm mentioning it. There's a check user role, which is a person who is entitled to check your IP, so of any registered user who is whose activities are when they are logged in. So this shows you that, for example, they have very specific, they don't have to have other privileges like, normal admin functions, like, for example, mass changes to articles, which admins can do, normal users cannot, but they can have this very specific privilege inbuilt in the platform. They can check who made what, right? And then they prosecute, in a way, certain users. Now, when we are at the prosecution, this is a very interesting part. Wikipedia has its kind of judiciary branch. They have a conflict resolution mechanism, but they also have this tribunal, the ultimate conflict resolution center, where there are people selected on terms who can make those most binding final decisions for specific infractions and for specific high-level conflicts, right? And those users are the only ones who are elected in a non-transparent way. Or other elections on Wikipedia are open, so you can see who voted what way. For this one user role, you don't have open voting, and it is not in the platform. So this is an example of a role that exists only as a social kind of socially defined. It's a formal role, so basically you have this attribute that's called arbitrary tribunal, something like that. This role is that it has a clear definition, but it's not in the software. It is socially agreed upon. We have other roles that are kind of more informal in a way. Some of them are formal. We will be talking tomorrow a lot about the specific role of Wiki project editor. So Wikipedia is divided into thematic groups, or rather the editors are divided into thematic groups. And this membership into a project is kind of a certain identity, a certain role that we undertake. We take tasks editing certain topics is a task, and that's a certain role. We have people who do only spelling corrections, right? And we have also kind of informal tags for people. If people are, for example, there's this Wikipedia GNOME role in a way, which is not well defined. I mean, you will find an article describing who is a GNOME, but basically it's a person who does very mundane tasks repeatedly without boasting about it. This is a quiet guy who does the work, quiet girl, who does all the work that nobody else wants to do, and is quiet about it, really, like just does their work. So this is the kind of tiny creature that makes Wikipedia better on a daily basis. So you can see that there's a huge number of roles that complement those that are hardwired into the platform. So if you think about the hardwired ones, well, there's more of them than on Kickstarter, but this is not like a huge difference. Okay, there are some other roles, right, that they thought would be useful for the community. But in fact, this is just like only a small part of what happens on Wikipedia. So I'm just gonna, I don't know if you're aware of it, maybe just to be also save a little bit of time tomorrow when we'll be talking about Wiki projects. I want to introduce you to this other part of Wikipedia that most people are not aware of, because we see this is the front page. If you search anywhere, right, even the many search engines give you Wikipedia results somewhere at the top of the results. When you search something, you go to an article, you see this basically, right? And this is what most people see. They don't even think about doing anything about it. Of course, as Wikipedia is can be edited by anyone. You of course can actually edit the article, although some can be. Yes, can be. Yeah, this is actually a very interesting procedural example of procedure that we will go to. Articles can be protected. That is only registered users and those that have committed a couple of edits then can edit. This happens when, for example, articles are created live. So, for example, something happens dynamically. There's, I don't know, some natural disaster or some outburst of violent conflict somewhere, right? And people flock to Wikipedia to read it. There was actually studies on the views of the Wikipedia pages, how they correlate with major events. But also people flock to actually make articles about it, right? And if it's a controversial issue, it may be blocked so that not everyone can do it, so that falsehoods do not spread too fast, right? Because if there's huge influx of visitors, and even a small inaccuracy appears there, it can be believed by, let's say, by a lot of people. So then this can happen. You cannot edit it if you're not registered. But of course, for other articles, at least you can see the source here, so what is being input here. But more importantly, all Wikipedia pages, articles have this place. This is a coordination space, the article talk page. And here people coordinate on what they do. And what I wanted to also show you, maybe will be I'm trying to find more this guy, yeah. A typical place for users when we can see this different user roles that can be undertaken. So basically, besides being a registered user, this person can display their roles on the Wikipedia. For example, this user is a bureaucrat. It has specific privileges. This is an inbuilt hardwired user role. It is I think it's he, administrator. He is a competitor in the WikiCup. He has, or I don't think whether he is displaying badges, because this is a user talk page. Anybody can edit it, like not only this user, anybody else. So for example, if you want to thank the person for doing some work or for being ignored, for example, you can do it here, right? You can, of course, you can also give negative feedback. It is also possible, but the user, of course, can choose then to delete this, but it is not, it's again frowned upon. If somebody is criticizing you, you should not be deleting it. And again, since this is all public, you can see it, what you do on your own page. And here, for other roles, this user is, for example, a reviewer for a section called Wiki Project Articles for Creation. In principle, you cannot create just an article. Again, in theory, you can. In practice, it's frowned upon to just go and create an article, because Wikipedia has specific rules as to what is worthy of an article and what isn't, what should be added to another article instead of creating a separate one. And there is a whole procedure for creating new articles, and this guy is a reviewer in this procedure. This guy can also be a reviewer on assessment of articles, whether it's a good quality article or not. This is again a community-based project. So you can see that new page reviewer, he is a participant in Wiki Project Football. So it's both, the roles are both related to the groups or subgroups of editors that this person belongs to. But also in the kind of tasks, so the task-related roles that this person undertakes. So clearly he is very active in accepting new articles, both in new articles for creation, and in the reviewing of those things. This person, of course, can. This is a section where other users can praise this user. They give them barn stars. So this is also a short notice, and barn stars. Sometimes the negative one is you can be slapped with a throat for comparison, but it doesn't happen that often. So this is the complex kind of way that user roles are defined. There is literally an unlimited possibility in creating those roles. And of course, as I said, only few of those are that are actually in the platform itself. Okay. Oh my, why didn't just something? Yeah. So this is the composition of the community, and let's go to the connection structure. So what is possible? And here, connection structure, we can trace how it happens by simply seeing where there is communication. Right? We cannot see that some people are friends on Facebook or on some other social media platform. Even though users on this platform, we don't see much about it. Although on some crowdfunding platforms, and I think Kickstarter is included in this, there's like if you link to your own social media page, whether Instagram, Facebook, or some other, it is treated as a kind of a verification of your identity, and it is kind of advisable to do that. Like if you want to be treated as a serious creator, you also have a you link your social media accounts there. But if you are a backer, you don't do that, right? Backers are kind of not cross-link across platforms. You log in with your user login on Kickstarter, and that's how you back a project. Creators have this ability to kind of present themselves in more detail. And basically, the communication structure that is available on Kickstarter is limited to the fact that people can post comments on the projects, right? So creators run a project page, and backers or people who are interested in backing a project or funding it or following it, you can also follow, you don't have to spend money at the first go. You can communicate by leaving a comment and wait for the creator to answer you. If they have this Facebook page, you can of course go outside and try there. But in principle, there's not much. The structure is very simple. Like it's a star-like structure in principle, and there's simply many stars, and some connections between them are when one creator has many projects. So there is a possibility of some kind of intermediated communication across users that can go through a creator's one project to their other project, and maybe see the comments of people there to see, for example, if that person has ever brought something to life. Because the major problem of crowdfunding platforms like Kickstarter, especially those that try to fund high-risk inventions, right? Most of them fail. Even those, and this is actually a very important thing. Even those that have amassed huge amounts of money, a lot of them fail. They never produce anything, or they produce something of like subpar quality that is not really usable or effective. But in general, in funding innovation, there's always this risk that this will not be good. It is worse when the person just takes the money and goes away, right, and disappears somewhere, right? But sometimes this is important. It would be important for backers to be able to trace the history of a certain creator, right? Or even to trace his behavior, his or her behavior in communicating with their funders, right? Whether they send emails, whether they actually respond to criticism, whether they kind of update their work plan and strategy. Like if they don't deliver at the planned time, like when do they actually inform people about it, right? And what is interesting, there's a separate website that have been created for scammed backers who are communicating elsewhere about the problems on Kickstarter platform and other crowdfunding platforms. Because it can happen that the one person who wants to scam others can create similar projects across many crowdfunding platforms and just gather money, right? Or amass a larger sum. And people on those platforms don't usually have places to communicate with each other. They have to go outside of the platform, right? So on the platform itself, there's quite limited communications, and mostly they are star-like, so people can comment, and creators do send mass emails about the project updates, for example, or something else. They can send those emails through the platform. So there's the capability. But there's also like a kind of set of tools that are linked to Kickstarter that are supporting, like using its API to enable a little bit more communication and capabilities. But the connection structure is rather simple. Right. Now, in contrast, Wikipedia has an actually very complex communication structure, which in principle boils down to only one technical let's say solution, right, or technical functionality, which is the talk. Like we have seen it on an article page. So there was an article about something and people could coordinate what they edit, what they have edited, or ask questions why, okay, I think this is inaccurate. I have the sources, should I correct it? This kind of questions can go on the talk of a platform, let's say, on an article, but every page on Wikipedia has a talk page. So this is not only for the articles, but also, for example, for user pages, right? I mean, actually, this guy has not, is not actually very talkative. I feel like we don't have much yet. Here's, for example, his talk page. And this is an important aspect of Wikipedia. It's extremely transparent. Like, in recent years, there's also kind of a private messaging system implemented, but for a long time, those kind of messages that were left on a person's talk page, simply by editing it, like any other place on Wikipedia, you can just click edit and add your discussion or question or whatever comment to the person, they were publicly visible, right? So anybody could scrutinize how the person behaves, not only on when they're fighting to include their point of view in a certain article, but also how they interact with others, right? This is extremely also important for the other part we'll be talking in a second. Like when there's some elections or decision made about the person, whether they should be admitted as this check user, for example, who will be checking people's IPs, or for this arbitration body, like we want to see how the person behaves and we can trace it. We have the full history of his activities here on the top page. But this is not like, we already have two communication places, right, in a way. But this is just, again, a tip of the iceberg. We have, like, if you click on this menu here, some time ago, the interface was such that this was actually here a sidebar. Right now, you have to click on the menu and go to community portal. And here is, again, thousands of other ways you can communicate with other people on this platform. And this communication is structured in the sense that it is divided, at least topically. So Village Pump is the main communication forum where you can, there's actually descriptions of things. There are other kind of places which are very specific, like dispute resolutions. This is like when people argue on an article talk page. Like, I don't think, like, there's this funny thing, one of the most conflictful kind of decisions were the name of the city Gdańsk in Poland, which for a large part of history was Danzig, had a German name. And the thing is, like, there is a general policy that places should, the articles for places should include the current administrative name, right? But of course, this is disputable because some regions are, well, there's conflicts of who actually is administering them, right? But in this particular case, most of the history of the place was actually under the different name. And there was a huge battle of what should be used, right? And if this battle cannot be resolved on the article talk page where it should be resolved, people can go to other places, for example, dispute resolution. And here they can, there's topic, there's like instruction, and there's different places where you can discuss your issues. You bring them and try to have a kind of a third voice. Like you're arguing with someone or a group of people, two groups are arguing about something, and you ask, okay, please bring in your input. We want to resolve this conflict. If it doesn't go through this, there's also administrative kind of decisions can be made. So administrator can summarize those third opinions and decide like what's going to happen. And finally, you have this final body where you go to this tribunal and ask them for opinion, and they can decide. And this is, I don't think there's a recourse from that action. Apart from that, there's communication for new users, so for users, for visitors who want to find information. There's a reference desk. So if you have trouble finding some information, you can ask here for help. But there's also a help desk, which is for like people who want to start editing, mostly like for editing. Want to learn and start contributing to the community. There's a special tea house where newcomers can talk with experienced editors and so on. So as you can see, the number of ways in which you can interact with other people is very diverse, but also kind of structured, right? So this is not like you go wherever. If you have a specific issue on specific topic, whether this is a kind of conduct issue or whether this is a content related issue and so on, you find specific places where to address this. And if you put it in the wrong place, you can be sure that somebody will move it somewhere else. So there will be people who will be trying to guide you. And unfortunately, they can do it in a more friendly or less friendly way. And Wikipedia has been known for being quite hostile to newcomers. But besides that, we already have seen the user role for a reviewer, right? So there's specific places where peer review is happening, whether this is for deletion of articles, whether this is for creation of new articles, whether this is for assessing the quality of articles. There are specific communication spaces where you can do that, and where you're supposed to do this kind of communication. So again, a very complex and sometimes overlapping structure of communication that allows people to, let's say, not put everything in one place, but rather, if you're not interested in like, how do we change the software of the platform, like you don't have to be spammed with messages about it. You can, for example, go to a different communication space where your type of issues are being discussed. Right. So as you can see, there's also the complexity of this communication structure is also because of the fact that some of this communication is private. Like right now, we have also those private messages. Some of it is kind of interpersonal in the sense dyadic or like in small groups, whether it's stock pages, whether this is wiki product pages, right? And some other is very public, right? Which is under articles, but also in those community spaces where a lot of people, it's better when a lot of people actually contribute their opinions and views, because the problems can be solved using a lot of competences, right? And opinions and views. Now, if you think about the actual software functionalities, they are limited. Everything is built upon this in a like a community decided or agreed upon way. This is not hardwired into the platform. So going further, we have the procedures, and here I will not be probably going through everything of this, because Wikipedia, as you can see, is very complex, so we will not even scratch the top of it, of this particular part. But I have divided in, like, when we want to assess whether the community does have procedures, right, or to what extent the procedures are addressing complex issues or issues that can arise in context where we want to achieve complex function. We perform varied tasks that are interdependent, so various issues can arise. Do we have different places to do that? We can see that we can define it in, let's say, formal rules of interaction, so like how people can behave in the system. That's the one thing, that are codified and well defined in the sense that if I don't know what the rule is, I can go to a page, a web place, and read the rule, right? And I know how I should behave. That's the formal rules. There's informal rules of interaction, so it's kind of the norms that you need to be socialized into, right? So what is not nicely said? For example, on Wikipedia, there is you can address people on their personal pages, but if it is article related, you're actually asked to move your discussions onto article page, for the simple reason that if it's really very focused on particular content, other people should be able to see it, right? They should not have to go to a particular user stock page to see that you are discussing how to change a paragraph in an article. This should be open and easily accessible to other people. So there are certain norms of behavior. Again, creating articles, this is not, in principle you can, in practice this is not a good idea, because like a lot of things can have encyclopedic articles, but maybe it is not so useful for viewers and visitors to have a separate article for everything. Maybe some of them can be bunched together into one article when there's not enough content for a separate one. So again, this is like informal rules, but also informal rules of conduct, like how you treat how you address other people and so on. The other part of procedures is actually whether we have a way to access resources and knowledge, right? Depending on the community, this can be knowledge, this can become some kind of resources, and this is whether the community has actually built those resources or kind of pathways to those resources, right? Again, procedures of accessing certain things. And finally, the diversity of interaction. So what kind of way you can interact with other people, right? Because again, this can be limited by the engine, but it can also be limited by the formal and informal rules. So in principle, as you look at Kickstarter, the important part is that the formal rules are always decided by the owner. And this is very similar to any other proprietary platform. And this is a major difference. It should not be such a big deal in the sense that usually all communities on the internet, even if we're talking about Wikipedia, have started from somebody starting it, right? And we have this kind of techno-feudalism going on that even in the long gone days when we didn't have social media, we had bulletin boards and this kind of forums for the debates. There was usually somebody who could decide. Like in open source, like if you have a core group of contributors, they have this kind of ownership or paternity of something, and they make decisions, right? And they decide on the rules, including the formal rules. So this should not be something that is inherently bad, right? But it should be responsive to what happens within the community. And I don't think this is the case for Kickstarter, right? So the community rules are set in place, supplied by the owner. And this is, for example, different from Reddit, where certain spaces on Reddit are actually, they have their own rules of behavior, like some Reddits allow more incivility, some others less, and so on. There was a huge conflict between the community and the ownership of Reddit recently due to their imposing limits on API usage and so on. But I think it only showed the let's say, the imbalance of power there, right? In the end, moderators were doing all the hard work for free, and then they were limited in their access to their own subreddits. If it comes to informal rules, there is something like the norms of behaving, right? So like if a person is very, very aggressive towards the creator, there might be actually prompted by other users or backers to behave, right? So this happens, but it is completely kind of dependent on which particular project are you in. There was at least at the time of analysis, there was a kind of a web page that was, apart from the formal rules, were describing the netiquette, like how you should behave on the platform. If in terms of resources, like what you can learn, it is, again, this is coming back to the issue of like what backers know about creators, because they are the ones taking the risk, really, right? They're the ones who are sending money. So they should have some kind of way to understand what goes on, how the project will follow, like whether the creator is actually obliged to provide updates, how often they happen. And it does sometimes happen that other backers can help a person asking a question, right? They come to a project, they don't know, like, okay, I have sent so much money, I'm now waiting for my, this is called this reward for this some funding amounts are without any reward, but if you have backed with a lot of money, you usually get something in return. And for example, they didn't get it, they don't know what to do next. So this kind of like, what should I do? What are next steps? There's not a single knowledge base on Kickstarter. There are actually outside platforms, there are probably knowledge bases, but not specifically on Kickstarter. And sometimes other backers can help here. So this is an informally organized thing. They have, the Kickstarter also has frequently asked questions sections for each project in general, and tutorials specifically for creators, how to create a successful project, for example. But like it's up to the creator to fill it in with specific answers, right? If they don't do it, it's not there. And in terms of diversity of interactions, what are the procedures of interactions? So it's mostly text communication. There's for backers, there's only limited capabilities of other communication for creators. Specifically, they can include videos that show the progress of the project or updates. They can use other visual formats, not necessarily text, right? And this visible in how people actually seek other resources and ability to communicate on other platforms. Here I have the example of BackerKit, which is helping backers understand their position in this whole chain and what happens next. Now, of course, Wikipedia has a far larger set of rules and norms. And what is important extremely is that it has overgrown into, like, there was a period of time where the number of pages in this community portal, so the space where this coordination happens, was growing faster than the actual articles on the encyclopedia. Of course, there's kind of a limit to what we want to have encyclopedic articles on, but this space was growing extremely fast. And this was very bad for new people. Like, you go in there and there's like guidelines, policies, rules. There's some kind of essays that describe how we behave on Wikipedia. There's this multitude of communication forums where you can go with specific issues, right? But when you go into there to become socialized in this whole system is extremely time consuming. Like, even as a researcher, I was actually in a project and I was trying to understand how Wikipedia works. It took me hours, days of studying how this thing works. So, like, if you just want to add in an article because you saw an inaccuracy, like, if it's a small thing, you can probably do it and that's okay. Like, if you want to create a new article or a new section or something, you will be overwhelmed with the number of procedures and rules that you have followed. Although there's one very interesting one, which is called ignore all rules. Basically, the rule states, if existing rules prevent you from improving Wikipedia, ignore them. So this is kind of an escape route that you can use. But there are some very important. I mean, the norms, the formal rules, and the regulations sort of are actually ranked according to how important they are. And there are the pillars of Wikipedia, which are an extremely important one. There are rules, there are guidelines, there are essays, which are kind of more lax. And the pillars, for example, there's a few ones that are very, very important for the whole functioning. Then one of the absolutely basic one is the neutral point of view. Like, basically, all articles should be neutral. That doesn't mean that you have to arrive at a consensus each time. It's just that if there are two opposing opinions on an issue, on exactly the name of a place or something like that, there should be two sections in the article that will describe there's no agreement on something, right? One point of view states this, the other point of view states that. And it is, you cannot, I mean, according to the pillar of Wikipedia, you should not delete the other point of view because you think it's kind of wrong, basically wrong, which is also a debatable thing because they also have this kind of list of trusted sources. So if your opinion stems, for example, from a debate on Fox News, that will not consist of, let's say, the second opinion, right? Necessary to include if you want to be neutral. So they have this list of questionable results, and I know that it was actually covered US press when they included Fox News there, right? They actually said, if you are using Fox News as a resource to become neutral, we don't accept that, right? But this was, of course, all those policies are voted upon. It's not like somebody makes the decision to change a policy, especially those basic ones. They are changed by community decisions. In principle, Wikipedia is consensus based, but this is not a democracy. It's not like the majority. It has to actually exceed like the agreements for a change or for a decision to go build. In principle, there's no threshold, but usually it's about 19% of opinions have to agree for something to be done. Right, and then there's again, this is interesting. There's those essays and guidelines. They can be for the whole community. They can be for a specific part of community. They can be for one process, for the other process. This and multitude of that, and this covers like pretty much everything, like from like correcting spelling mistakes to how you should address other people, right? So this is a very complex set of rules. In terms of resources, this is very important. Wikipedians have amassed a huge number of resources, including, for example, the list of trusted and not trusted sources, right? So what you can use as a source for your article. But they also like specific topical areas, like people gather and make lists of resources, simply links, databases, whatever, that other people who want to edit articles on this specific topic can use to improve articles. So they have developed this kind of knowledge basis on the one hand, but there's a lot of tools that help edit. Right. So these are templates. Like, so for example, if you are editing an article that is on military history, you have this template, you start with this, you don't have to worry about graphics, about the kind of, sidebars or something. We give you this template, you only just put content in, right? So this makes it easy. And there's also a lot of bots, like this automated tools that perform a lot of tasks, including classification, checking links, checking sources, various things that can, simply people write those bots. They create a user, which is a bot, and the bot can be running. They can make edits, automated edits. It is also available for other people, right? So this is a huge resource base. And basically, if you think about what kind of means of communications there are, it's all text. Like, this is a very basic communication tool, and it stems from the fact that Wikipedia was created, the MediaWiki platform in at the turn of the century. So basically, it is a very old digital tool, and not much has been changed, and also not much is maybe needed for an encyclopedia, and they're using the same kind of platform for writing articles and for coordination activities. So that's why those options are very limited. That doesn't mean that there are not other things. So apart from this platform, they can have their own Discord channels, other communication channels, but also they can organize, and they do organize in-person meetings to discuss issues and to socialize. So there's this ability. I don't think there's one for Kickstarter backers or project creators. And finally, this last dimension of
So just we're giving context to these cases because we're going to be working on that tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll be working on Wiki project specifically. Yeah, but I also wanted to show how those things can combine to create a more complex function, simply. But in the common identity, emergent properties, it is very kind of important to differentiate that even though Kickstarter does have certain identity-related behaviors, like, for example, there are repeated backers, people who take this role as a backer. They feel presumably as a person who is investing in innovation or investing in music, investing in something. And there's people who repeatedly kind of browse projects, and you can see that they are backing a lot of them, especially within one area. So we can assume that there is certain identity that is simply even connected with being a backer, right? Creators, of course, they display their identity as a creator of a specific thing. So it's usually within a certain topical area. Musicians, game creators, and so on are very often clearly identifiable in their way how they present themselves. But there's not an actual place where you can assess whether there are some norms or values in the community. It's very hard to pinpoint whether there are any or not. Actually, the many backers don't have the backer identity, but are a customer identity. They feel they have come to a digital online shop and they want to be served as customers. And that's not exactly what crowdfunding is about. Mostly crowdfunding is about investing in something, taking the risk in promoting some innovative idea. Sometimes backers identify and follow certain creators, again, not only certain areas, certain creators, and can identify. There is some tacit knowledge being exchanged in the comment sections, so like sharing knowledge between backers. And in terms of awareness of what happens on the platform does provide certain kind of descriptions about itself, right? So there's statistics on the general platform, there's statistics on projects. You can have recommendations or filtering based on your previous interests, so you can see what is typical for your behavior on the platform, but also what is typical for the whole platform. But otherwise, there's very little information on the possible success indicators of projects. If you decide to back something, it is not clear from the interface whether this is going to be a success or not. It's very hard to assess because there's not that many diagnostic tools that will show which projects are likely to be successful, which not. In contrast, in Wikipedia, we have this kind of clear identity. Like Wikipedians do say they are Wikipedians, right? If you have some person who just edited Wikipedia, they probably would not call themselves that, but they have this name. We are Wikipedians. And those who contribute repeatedly clearly call themselves Wikipedians, but they can also identify with specific parts, like on the user talk page, and they display all those kind of things, like I'm a part of this project, I have contributed to this and this article, right? So I identify specifically with specific tasks or specific spaces within Wikipedia. What is interesting, they also have humor. There is Wikipedia humor. There's actually essays, humorous essays on Wikipedia, and those ideas that are kind of common and common language and understanding among people when they use these concepts that it probably will not be understandable to people from outside the community. So they have built this kind of way of strengthening and underscoring their identity as community members. And the one thing I would like to point you to is also that in terms of self-awareness, Wikipedia has a huge number of tools. Some of them are specific to the platform, but they have outside tools. For example, this is a tool that shows one of the absolutely most important statistics, edit count. So of course, there's statistics. Okay. No, it doesn't let me do it. Yeah, it should be the user edit counter. No. Anyway, even though the it's a voluntary work and you should not maybe take ownership of what you edit. Everything on Wikipedia is public domain. So basically, even though your edits, if your registered users are signed, so actually in the edit history, you can see who made what edit, what added text, deleted text, made some change. In principle, you should not take ownership in it because it's public domain. But in practice, people have this is again, going back to humor, this is called edit countitis. So this is the, I don't know why it doesn't owe me. There is this kind of idea that you gain reputation on Wikipedia by committing as many edits as possible, right? So like there's a stat, I think it should be on Wikipedia. There's also, I mean, I cannot edit this. You can check. No, I cannot. Yeah, it doesn't allow me to do this. I have to have very specific things. Anyway, they trace activities on the website, on the encyclopedia, and trace also coordination activities. So like, for example, if there are elections, I mean, there are decisions whether somebody should become an admin on Wikipedia, you can trace their edits, what they did, like how many they had, like what kind of actions they take, and so on. And this allows also kind of understanding what happens in the community. Besides that, there's also activities carried out by the Wikimedia Foundation that simply kind of diagnose the health of the whole community. In principle, for example, they check the user base, right? One of the most famous projects on Wikipedia is the Women in Red project. If you know, like if there's a missing web encyclopedic page on Wikipedia, the link is in red, right? That means that somebody thinks that there should be a page on this, but there's still not a page on this. And unfortunately, in terms of like content, most articles on biographies and most articles on people are about men. So there was the idea that we should reduce the number of women in red, that is red links about women. And there's a project that that tries to rectify this. But to even know that there's such a problem, there had to be actually analysis of the whole encyclopedia, right? So on the one hand, there are kind of tools and attempts to see where we have knowledge gaps and whether they are anyway kind of systemic, right? And unfortunately they are, as you can imagine. But also there's surveys, and this is actually unfortunately kind of not a representative survey because there's self-selection to it, measuring the properties of the user base, specifically age, gender, ethnicity, location, right, geographical location, and so on. And in this sense, the Wikipedia community also maps where there is some kind of imbalance, right? Because if we want to have an actual neutral knowledge source, we want to include as many views, diverse views as possible, and they are actually assessing whether they are accomplishing this or not. Same goes for the Women in Red in terms of content on specific topics. There's projects that map knowledge gaps in Wikipedia, and therefore allow the community to see, okay, if we are actually getting somewhere with this, like if we are very biased, or if we are attempting and reducing this bias. And for example, there can be specific events to address those issues, like editathons. So for example, we see that there's a lack of articles on women poets, right, or poets from some African countries. So let's have an event, like from this time on Monday to this time on Friday, everybody gathers and tries to find sources about this particular topic, and we try to create and improve as many articles as possible within this period of time. So we can see that they are addressing those issues through specific initiatives, and also Wikimedia Foundation can fund and sponsor specific activities on Wikipedia. So to sum this up, like if you can see this, both of those communities have, in theory, been attempting to perform complex tasks. But in the case of Kickstarter, it seems that the actual mission statement, you can treat it as that, is more of an advertisement for the platform rather than an actual goal to be achieved, right? Or a task to be performed. Because both the diagnosis of the social system and the capabilities of the platform, which could be supportive but are not, show that there's not enough functionalities there, not enough complexity to even, attempt to bring creativity to life, right? For that, you would have to have far more complex structures, communication among different types of users, maybe many user roles, right? That could be helpful to creators to help them actually gain the status of, completed projects, successful projects, and so on. But also those that will be helpful to backers to avoid risky projects, right? To have, fund some stuff that is fitted to the risk that they want to take, right? So like, okay, these projects are probably very risky. These are more safe. If you want this to, I don't know, a new innovative holder for your iPhone, better back this project than this one because this has more chances of success, even though maybe the functionality will be smaller. So there's very little tools to actually, community tools to actually build a system of elements from this. This is a very simple structure, non-diversified user base, that in principle, I mean, it will be hard to imagine for them to achieve very complex goals. Now, on the other hand, we have this kind of community that's extremely mature and developed, and in a way, it has been successful in completing its task. So in principle, we could say that the structure of the system, its complexity, is supportive of complex coordination on a very complex task and actually succeeding at this task. But we can also see that it has actually gone maybe to the extreme in that, right? We see that at some point, this system is calcified and it's very difficult to maneuver so that new people will be coming. So for example, of those, apart from knowledge gaps which have been existing in Wikipedia for ages, there is also lack of influx of younger editors. And this is a huge issue, right? This system is not sustainable if new people do not come and do not share their opinions and views, right? So the quality of the end product and so the task that they are trying to complete will be very hard to achieve if those users that are currently there go to a different stage in life and are not longer interested in contributing. On the one hand, we see a success, but also problems for those communities that grow very complex procedures, very complex structures, which can be limiting for them in adaptability. But so far, like at this point, we can say that Wikipedia is more successful and its structure and composition is more adapted to its task than definitely the Kickstarter community. And of course, similar analysis could be performed for many other systems, and not only digital systems where the certain activities or certain design principles are kind of hardwired. We could do this similarly for an organization. So we can see if an activist group is ready to perform a specific collective action, or whether maybe they should organize into a different structure to be able to perform it. There has been a lot of research on failure of especially digitally initiated activism, where the critical mass of people is easy to attain, but when it comes to the pushing for specific policies, the collective kind of disassembles because they have not developed principles of conduct, structures, procedures, norms enough to be able to, for example, decide what are our common goals, right? And if conflicts of interest arise in front of those people whom they should be convincing to introduce something in the policy, that's probably a first step to failure, right? So this maybe this example shows how you can achieve that, like how you can actually provide tools for those communities who want to go beyond, let's say, funding some affirmative action, but just go to maybe more kind of structural changes into social systems, and then maybe introducing those into policies and so on. Like probably the community that would be let's say, the force to move towards the direction should be developing those procedures as it kind of increases the complexity of the goals that it wants to achieve. Okay, so this is all for today. Tomorrow, I would like to address specifically Wikipedia and quality, introduce some measures that are capturing complex communication structures, right? So to see how complexity of communication can actually translate or relate, at least, to the end product, the quality. So like, to assume that higher quality articles are generally more complex tasks, we can see whether communication structures actually are related to how complex the final artifact is. So, are there any questions?
Sorry, I was had something earlier that I needed to be at today. There are a couple of all of the slides. There are a couple of slides which have some references I like to look at. Will you be sharing any of these slides?
Yeah, all of them.
Okay. So it's really just with the references to use and also acknowledge and leave it in it. Are there any publications as well that you'd recommend? Have you published on this?
This one, have I introduced it? Yeah, this is the link to this particular analysis and the theoretical framework. But in terms of like studies on Wikipedia, yes, there's this is probably the most studied digital social system ever, right? Just because it is a success story. It has been ongoing for over 20 years, right? And it's so complex. So for example, there's a whole line, like I was talking about, of procedures, and like the democracy is also kind of a complex system. There's a whole line of research in political science trying to classify Wikipedia as a political system or as a governance system. And this is very difficult because it's on the one hand bureaucracy. If we look at this huge list of policies and guidelines, and the fact that actually people are kind of replaceable in the system, right? It's the roles that are defined. Like we need admins, but we don't care who is the admin as long as the person performs their function. So it looks like a bureaucracy, but if you look at this kind of, arbitration, conflict resolution, and so on, this kind of looks go on and maybe towards democracy. But the Wikipedians themselves, at least, as much as they have a common voice, which they often don't, say they are not a democracy, right? Because we want consensus, we want to agree. We don't want a voting-based or majority-based decision-making at all. So, like, for example, this is a whole line of research, but there's also some network studies of, edits of what, how articles develop, so kind of the content production side of things. There's a whole area of study there. And like pretty much all the aspects of Wikipedia are heavily studied.
Yes, that's wonderful. Look forward to engaging in this. Tomorrow, are people able to join online? I would have preferred to have been here tomorrow as well, because we're absolutely.
You can join online.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
And another general question is, do you see this applying beyond like socio-technical digital systems as in any social setting? Or do you think there's particular fields that exist in the digital?
Yeah, absolutely. I think absolutely this is the case. And, the specific aspects of Wikipedia that can be related to offline social systems and in general peer production, right? It is mostly voluntary based. Like, so there's a lot of also research literature that compares those peer production systems to volunteering, right? And how they differ, right? So, and how they are similar, how they are different, what are the motivations of people behind it. But if you think about how to organize collective action, yeah, I think that's a lot of similarities in the online world, with the difference that in the online, technically, we can go to sizes that are kind of higher, difficult to attain in the physical space, except a mob, basically, right? Like people going onto the streets and protesting against something. You can have that in this size, but normally we don't at least get this amount of people so fast. So it has its advantages and disadvantages, of course, because advantages is okay, we can maybe find very particularly skilled people who will help us with specific parts of the task or function we want to perform. But on the other hand, of course, the coordination costs technically should go very high. Technically, technology behind should help with them. But as you can see, the overhead here in trying to organize those huge amounts of people to actually work in a sensible manner is very big, very large, right? I suppose that similar principles would be actually easier to implement in smaller systems, right? Where it will be easier to adapt the rules as you go, or the context changes. So I could see it happening both, especially with activists, different groups who try to organize to push for social change, but also normal organizations, right? Like, I don't know, your sports club, right? So usually, if it is a legal body, there's certain rules. And if you think about it, the laws that in many democratic countries function to organize organizations, institutions, foundations, they include a lot of those principles, right? In the offline world, we have kind of gone through this path already, and we do have established procedures to organize this type of activities. Right, but I think that the disruption that comes from the digital world has also kind of changed this perspective. So again, coming back to activism, right? It is so easy to get people out to go out in the street if you kind of raise the emotions, right? You post very kind of emotional content, and especially if something happens, right, in your social space, you can make large numbers of people go and protest. But it's extremely difficult to kind of then translate this energy, this frustration into specific proposals, right? Or specific collective actions. For example, sitting at the table at some kind of social consultations of policies, right? You would have to actually have procedures for choosing who will go there, right? Because those thousands of people on the street will not do that. Like, that doesn't make sense. Now, if you want to have representatives, now who chooses them, right? Like, do we have a procedure for that? Like, do we want, again, a consensus, a majority vote? What is it, right? So I think a lot of those things that are specific to very large online systems can be kind of directly translated from the online to the offline, because we have seen probably, there's a survivor bias in history, but like recently we have seen a lot of movements that are able to amass large number of people, but are not very effective.
I had a question about the adding complexity at the meso level. You mentioned that in some ways it allows you to handle larger scale. But at the same time, you had mentioned it earlier as having more complexity might also impact stability, or was I mentioning it? I mean, I'm imagining just that. Oh no, it's not about stability; it's about homogeneity. So, like, as the system grows, it gets more complex. At one point, if I understood correctly, the claim was that it becomes harder to have multiple sort of different directions for the system to go, and it's more sort of geared towards a single goal or a single is that?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is that, like, if you have a lot of elements in the system and want to coordinate them, synchronize them, if you want them to do something, it should be very simple. If they have to do it, like, all of the elements at the same time, right? It's very hard. Even if you think about the simple task of clapping in a certain rhythm, like, if the rhythm is very simple, you can have a huge crowd of people doing it. Like, if it's a very complex pattern, like, the more people, the more difficult it gets. Like, with a small group of people, you probably can get them to have this melody and tapping on the table or something like that. The larger the crowd, the harder it is for them. It is also based on, like, how the information flows. Like, we have delays in this large amount of people, how the signal goes, what other people are doing, the communication further. So there's a lot of issues that happen with those systems. Now, the meso level structures is actually, that's the way to actually make people do different things at different time, but in a specific sequence or order or with specific interdependencies. So, for example, waiting for something to happen here before we even attempt another goal. So we have this critical path of tasks to be performed. Some of them can go in parallel, some are reliant on others, but like simply division into task groups is very efficient at producing more complex coordination, right? So, like, imagine again the clapping. One group claps with one frequency, the other claps with a harmonic frequency, and the other claps with a lag in their clapping, right? And you can do that easily because each group has their own task. As a whole, the dynamic is much more complex.
So, just to sort of go back to where we started today, when you were introducing some of the network analysis methods that we use when we're looking at these kinds of questions.
Yeah.
So, like, just generally, like, how would you use a network analysis?
We're actually doing this tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
We will be going back to the brain because, as again, neurons, even though they are complex themselves, they are much simpler than humans, and they have this a nice property that they have oscillatory activity, like which is simply measurable, and we can measure how they are interdependent among themselves, and we know that they are connected via synapses and axons. So there have been measures from information theory developed to actually measure the complexity of information processing in those kind of systems, and they have recently been translated, maybe not like one-to-one, but in a similar fashion to network measures. And we've actually applied this to Wikipedians to see whether those that have, let's say, more complex communication structure actually produce better results. And of course, spoiler alert, they do.
If you see like communication as sort of the bonds, the axons, and sort of actions as the activations, or how does that sort of how is the translation happening from like the neurological level? It's metaphorical. I mean.
Metaphorically, we can do it metaphorically or kind of in a very reductive way. So the reductionist approach is like everything is bits of information. Like you can actually code very easily neuronal activity as bits, and you can actually code human communication as bits with all the time, right? Online. That's our bits of information. But of course, in kind of a more general and abstract way, you can think of communication as actually contributing to shared reality. So like if we see people frequently communicating, so having a strong link in a network, we can kind of assume they have integrated some knowledge, right, throughout this communication, right? So we can expect, for example, stronger connection links, and that's often assumed in neuroscience, both in terms of like local dense connections and in weighted graphs, strong connections, to determine those subunits of the network, subgraphs, that are cohesive, right? Which in principle have redundancy in connections, and they have, let's say, a shared reality in terms of information processing, right?
Synapses.
Yeah, that's the same with the activations in the neurons, right? Those that have those dense connections, they will be much more easily synchronizable, right? They will be more likely to fire new needs, and you will record as a functional connection in the network, right? So there's something, of course, this is not kind of a direct translation, but kind of assuming that both systems are actually processing information in a way. I would argue that the social system in generally, what we do when we interact with each other, even if it's not language, right? Or we have nonverbal signals, right? Communication is information processing, and there's a lot of literature on group as an information processing unit, or a social system as an information processing unit. For example, transactive memory or even social capital is about how we know what information or what resources are somewhere in the network, right? So what we are building this kind of information processing capability to be able to act as a unit in the environment and in response to other units, other groups and social systems.
I'm really excited about tomorrow. Also, just one last question from me. At one point, you mentioned that there are various sort of properties or characteristics of systems that make them more or less stable, and that different people have sort of different approaches to thinking about how to intervene or whether to intervene in a system, sort of identifying those target factors or processes or whatever. Do you also follow sort of Meadows leverage points sort of philosophy on sort of the hierarchy of what is most impactful change about the system? So like where she says it's the principles, if you're able to change it, or you're able to change the paradigm, the goal, the function essentially of the system, then that is the most massive change you can do to it. Whereas then, she lists a bunch of different things going down, like the principles are somewhere in the middle. Mechanisms or processes, sort of more meso micro level, those become sort of reformist sort of tinkering, but they don't actually change much systemically. I don't know if you've read any of her or the concept of leverage ones.
No, I'm not familiar with that. But in terms of like coming back to complex systems, this is like you have this distinction between element level dynamics, so like how the behavior of a particular element changes. They also have this concept of attractor landscape and the phase space of a system, right, which describes the trajectory of the whole system reduced to as many dimensions as are possible, right? And the system is its points traveling through these dimensions, and you can have multiple states. And like when I talk about multi-stability, is the situation that actually there can be a situation where there's different points at which the system is more often found, right? And these are the places we call attractors. And some of them are called stable, meaning that if the system falls in there, it's actually hard for it to go outside. So like it will spend a lot of time there. And there are some others where the system stays only for a short time and goes farther, right? And this is the level of dynamic of the whole system. So you had elements, and this is the level of dynamic of the whole system. And actually, the level of changing the principles, like, is changing where the attractors are. Like changing this landscape there, and that is something that is kind of difficult, and I would expect, especially in social system, would be carried on a very long time scale, right? This is the kind of societal changes, this global changes that we can induce. People believe brain also is non-stationary, and that will be changing its basic principles. But that doesn't mean that you cannot like change, for example, the strength of attractor without much effort, right? So for example, the fact that like, let's say a group dynamics is that we have 10 people that are supposed to work on a task together, right? And whatever happens, like sooner or later, it's like in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, they start arguing. Like, and they meet the first day, they meet the second day, they always end up arguing, right? That doesn't mean that there's a point in their discussions when they're actually constructively discussing, right? But in terms of measuring the time in which they spend in this kind of dynamics, it's much shorter than in the conflict dynamics. And without much change in the system, you can try to address it. You can try to not maybe eliminate conflict altogether, because then again, there's something like constructive conflict as well, right? But to increase the time the group spends in a specific place, right? So, for example, exchanging thoughts in a constructive way, coming up with new ideas, brainstorming, whatever, right? But discussion that is not conflictful. And for example, setting up procedures, right? That's how mediation works with groups. Like, we first come to the room and we first set up our rules of conduct, right? If somebody transgresses it, sometimes you have this outside person who is the mediator, right? But it can be also done within the group, right? This is our rules, we stick to them, right? If there's conflict, we go back to the rules, right? And we can talk over them again, right? But there's this kind of backbone of our communication. So this is kind of trying to change the depth of an attractor within a system without very major changes to the actual principles, right? Like the major change, for example, is like if you disable text communication in Wikipedia, right? This is a huge change. Like there's the whole channel of communication disappears, and you can see that it will be extremely hard for them to start working with some other means of communication, right? Even now, like they're having thoughts that maybe we should redesign the whole platform. Right? It's so old. Like it's like really a dinosaur of platforms in terms of social coordination online. But like the cost of switching is still too high for them to attempt it, compared to the gains that they could get from it, right? So it's actually easier to produce new plugins than to change the whole thing, because it would change the whole community and how it operates. There's no doubt about that. And in terms also of inducing special behaviors, like I'm always thinking that kind of the malicious activities online are very often they are trial and error of various agents, actors, trying to reverse engineer how the system works. So, for example, like how to promote false information. Like there are, agencies, actors that are institutions that are testing the limits of the platforms, like how the algorithms work, what do they promote, how to kind of make it so that my content goes up, right? And like if the algorithms are generally we are able to reverse engineer, and that's already, and they are steering much of the dynamic is there, that's already bad. That's a vulnerability that is there. Of course, the algorithms there are changed then in response mostly to criticism, right, of the platform. If it is found out that it's easy to kind of cheat it or gain the whole thing, but they changed to another state, which then the malicious actors try to abuse again, right? So this is kind of a ongoing struggle, and I don't think there's a resolution at the end. I mean, it can go forever, right? So you had to redesign the whole idea behind it to change it in a true fashion, right?
Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you so very much for today's talk. It was very fascinating, and looking forward to tomorrow. That's and